and production. In 2007, he heeded the call to teach, so he started a career in teaching as a communication faculty at Olivares College in Paranak City. Is it correct? Paranaque. Okay, sorry, thank you. The Philippines. This spearheaded his love for research through handling communications research. After one semester, he became the department head of the mass communication department and as publication head of the school paper. During his stint at OC, he was awarded the second and the fourth places consecutively in 2 years for his outstanding performance in teaching. In 2010, he continued his academic profession as an English and research faculty at the Asian Institute of Maritime Studies in Pasay City, Philippines. While teaching at ICMSS, he started taking his Master of Development Communication degree at the University of the Philippines, Open Universities, and finished the program in 2015. With his noticeable performance in research, he was assigned as research coordinator and later as research head of ICMSS. Concurrently, he was also tapped to teach research at the ICMSS School of Merchant Marine, where he advised more than 700 undergraduate maritime students for the last 10 years. Inspired by his continued growth in research, he decided to elevate his education by taking a Doctor of Communication degree at UPOU. So he also awarded the scholarship from the Commission of Higher Education of the Philippines. So I would like to invite Dr. Victor Kajala for his keynote speech on the topic, The Dynamics of Maritime Occupation, a contextual review of students through the social science lens. Dr. Victor, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm ready. Good morning.
Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, I will just share my screen before I will start. Thank you for that very lengthy introduction. Okay. May I ask if my screen is already available on screen? My presentation, I should say.
No, not yet.
Okay, for a while. I will.
Could you share the screen, please?
I will reshare again for a while. Okay, can I ask if my screen's already seen?
No. Anyone can see the screen? No, not yet, sir. Could you try one more time?
Try again. Yeah, sorry for that. Okay, I have to unshare first. Probably there's a problem here. Okay, for a while. Okay, I have to unshare first again. Sorry, I have to open again my. Okay, for a while. Okay,
So we can wait for a few minutes.
sorry.
So, okay. Okay. The host will be sharing the screen for you. Is this okay?
Yeah, can you see now?
No.
None yet. Okay, how come it's not sharing? Okay, fine, it's not sharing.
I think the host should stop sharing and then allow the keynote speaker to share his screen. So who is the host?
Yeah, um, I think they should allow me to share screen or
Stop sharing and then this one, this one, this one.
I have already the shared here in my laptop. However, how come it's not showing in your screen?
So I'm sorry, we have a little bit difficult in technical problem. So everything will be fixed very soon. So could you please wait a minute? Thank you.
Okay, it says here participants can now see my screen.
Okay. Okay, we can see it now.
Okay.
Okay, so you can start your speech, please, Doctor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry for that. So again, good morning to all. Firstly, I am very much honored to be one of the keynote speakers on this momentous event, the International Conference on Management and Social Sciences, which is presently held now in Bangkok,
So sorry, we do apologize for the technical problems. So, Dr. Victor, are you still here? Maybe he's disconnected. So maybe I would like to start with the first keynote speaker, and then we will start with the second keynote speaker later. Okay, I think Dr. Janakon, he's ready. Dr. Janakon, are you online? Good morning, Dr. Janakon.
Yes.
Are you online? Okay, okay.
Good morning,
so,
everyone.
yes, it's clear. So,
right.
As we have a difficulty and in some difficult, so I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Janakon, to give a keynote speech. Dr. Janakon Toprayun is a recipient of the Most Active Researcher Award. He has published and presented around 800 research papers in various national as well as international journals, conferences. He also guides 50 PhD students and also 68 master degree students. He authored 50 books in various areas. He has delivered several keynote addresses and invited lectures at both national and international conferences. He has also delivered 42 video lectures on YouTube with a maximum of 40,000 hits. So I would like to invite Dr. Janakon Prayun for his keynote speech on the topic peace building in local politics. Dr. Janakon, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, everyone, and good morning, everyone, too. Today, I am busy a little bit because my kids are still in the hospital. Now I gonna take care, and I have the time shortly for the presentation for everyone. Is my topics is peace building in political local. I mean, what is the problem for the local governments? Because I am now is a president executive Bang Sombun sub-district administration. You know, is the sub-district is small from the city, like we have the metropolitan, right? It's a big city. In the one metropolitan is a big. We have is a sub-district around over 20, over 30 for do together for the metropolitan, right? And one sub-district have the executive, right? And some we have the president for sub-district, but the name is different, but the same management for how we can do for the people, like infrastructure, like or the road, electronic, water, and some more, school, and benefit for the early guy, okay? And then on February 14, I have the accident by another guy what shooting me. Two guys. I have to show you for the a little bit for the clip video for the what's going on is my problem. You can the sound is have the shooting. Can see again. This is my accident. This is my accident on 14 February. I have my friend die. Is dead too. The second vice president death and my driver death, total 2. Why I talk about the topic is peace seeding to administrative local governments. Some people understand, okay, when you still is the executive offshore, I mean the sub-district administration organization. Because more budget, you can manage the budget for the people in your local area. The last executive, do the corruptions. Now it's a new chief executive. How we gonna do? I save the budget for the people. I check is all for the logging. What about the corruption? The last chief executive done already. But when I have the accident by the guy shooting me by the AGA, because I check the corruptions, how we can do for fix it, the manage in the local area. I think good government is better. I show you for good governments. All right, sorry. Okay, it's good governments. What can I do? First, participations. What about the participations? The people come look it in the local area for check how you do the budget, how you do the management, how you do the material for do infrastructure, for the electronic, for the load, for the water, for it all. Participation make the people for come check it. Is the rule of the participation helpful? Come for joining and joy benefit. Second, campaign, and maybe suggestions, and come to actions, and come to joy planning together. Usually the people come for one joy benefit. I say come to campaign, but not actions, not planning. This is the problem with the participations. And second, rule of law. Rule of law make the good government for the local area. You know why? Rule of law like okay, I am chief executive. When I protect, when I do is a rule of law. Like rule of law by executive, rule of law by the member executive administration local area, right? And the employee, I mean the officials have the rule of law too. Like when you sign us the budget, you check is all is okay. You have the bill, you have the projects, you have the, I mean, especially check it the projects, like check is all the project and the money and the budget is completed, is the price and is all is a candle, the process is all. Usually the people come for, some people think about how we gonna do corruption for the budget, and me never know, because I want the people come to check it, come to look it. Is you vote them for the chief executive? Chief executive do the budget for you. First, high quality. Second, save time. And third, participations, the people can join. I have the 3 rule of myself for the do is all the projects. And the third needs effective needs for the people. The good governance is have the long time ago. My king from Thailand, he is do good government for is all. Protect the people, protect the corporations, protect the government's office. Maybe it's a company too. It's a good government. Is a better for apply for it all. I have some for you for the check it. Let me find. Sorry, give me a little bit. Oh, I see. Okay, is a connection by my cell phone is not good now. Okay, come back to the good governments. When I start, chief executive should be how we can do. I think now, first, don't touch anything for is all by the last executive, chief executive. Don't touch it all. When you touch it all, you gotta do like right now. I have the some guy want the shorting me. Should be stop is all for the check it the corruption. First, how we can do rule of law. Should we talk with the some official for the check the corruption for come to look it, not mine, not mine. It's an official come to check it. Me don't touch everything, don't touch everything. And second, talk with the people. I mean my populations. What's going on before now? We gotta out with the back deal to the good deal. What you want, I cannot do for you. This year, not really. The next year is okay. And the next year is okay. Okay. We cannot do, put the budget for the, how we can do. When local government make something, it's bad, complain a lot. It's bad, it's a complain a lot. But when you make something is better, nothing, not complain, just still like a quiet. The people not complain is all for the what you do. But when have a problem, complain a lot. This is the real of the humans. It's real of the humans. It's funny, not funny. It's real of the human. When you have the problem, your population ready for the campaign. But I said, a lot of the people complain me a lot, but I need someone for help me to suggestions. Nothing. But now everything gonna be okay because my population understand what I do, what I did, what I done. I would like to talk everyone. Don't seriously for my topics, for the is my experience before. Now is 1 year for I work with Bang Sumpur Sub-District Organization Administrations a year already. I have a 3 more year for gonna I plan how we gonna do is all is a sun. We gonna do what to make the people happiness in my local areas. Thank you everyone for joining and sorry for the short time because now I'm still in the hospitals for the waiting the doctor for see my kid. Last night my kid is sick. You know, I've been to hospital now. I'm waiting the doctor. Thank you for joining and thank you for my accident today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Janakon, for your speech. So I would like to son to get better soon. And I heard that the person who shot you, he was. Okay. So I would like to conclude his speech. He said about his work. And so he worked based on 3 main principles. The first one is he hear the public participation and also use the rule of laws and also the good governance to manage his task. So I hope these 3 principles will bring the peace for the local politics. So I hope it would be better soon. Okay. We are on time, so the next keynote speaker, Dr. Victor, are you still online? Dr. Kachala?
Yes, hello, good morning again. Sorry for that.
Okay. Okay, are you ready for the presentation, sir?
Yes, I can now continue. Again, sorry for that. We have a
okay, we have 15 minutes for the presentation. So I would like to give this floor to Dr. Kachala. Dr. Kachala, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I will share my screen now. Can you see my screen now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as I was presenting earlier, I'd like to introduce first the world of seafaring. So it says here, the shipping industry is actually no doubt a contributor of the world economy with 90% contributing and about 51,400 ships plying the seas and transferring goods from one region to another. So one important element of seafaring is its manpower, and these are the seafarers. So from embarkation, voyage to disembarkation, the role is crucial in the continuous operation of each ship. And from the note of Sampson, a famous social science researcher from Cardiff University, she articulated that the institutionalized nature of the ship, its isolation, the occupational culture on board, and the complexities of legal jurisdiction all combined to make a ship a unique workplace setting. So, however, this carries both threats and opportunities for seafarers. And with this to say, the welfare of seafarers is therefore paramount. Continuing, the maritime occupation encompasses those working in shipyards, marine terminals, marine transportation, fishing vessels, aquaculture, commercial diving, and seafood processing. However, the merchant shipping industry extends the highest demand for maritime labor, as over 50,000 merchant ships trade internationally, with world fleet registration in over 150 nations and manned by nearly 2 million seafarers worldwide. So at least I think 1/3 of this 2 million seafarers came from the Philippines. Now, with these statistics, seafarers are indeed an indispensable element in the voyage of every merchant ship. Much to this, their personal and social dynamics while on board the vessel accounts much of their occupational status in the seafaring industry. These dynamics are very rich in narratives that when contextualized, it can be viewed under the social science lens. So specifically, under the context of economics, how seafarers earned and spend. Under the context of sociology, how seafarers act and relate within the ship. And on the context of psychology, how seafarers think, feel, and behave in an isolated setting. Pondering above, some pertinent questions are therefore worth asking. How do they commune in an enclosed living space? Is their mental well-being intact? What is the state of their psychosocial well-being? Are they economically empowered with their seafaring job? What is the living condition of the seafarers while on board the vessel? These are just some of the many questions that direct scholars and investigators in undertaking maritime occupation research. My institution, which is the Asian Institute of Maritime Studies, has accumulated numerous graduate and undergraduate occupational and well-being studies in the merchant marine for almost 2 decades now, pointing to the fact that the Philippines has maintained its rank as the top supplier of seafarers worldwide. AIMS researches are therefore replete of rich and meaningful data that were outsourced from the 1,000 number of experienced Filipino seafarers. Contextualized under the social science lens, some of the topics investigated are the following: psychosocial well-being, racial discrimination, income management, social relations, and work-life balance. This keynote address will therefore present some of the profound research findings of AIMS, encompassing topics that can contribute in alleviating the present condition of global seafarers. So here are some of the essential social science studies in maritime occupation in AIMS. So first off, under the economics perspective, firstly, Casimiro et al. Investigated the present status of 80 Filipino seafarers in the context of family and career. While there were few who seemed undecided with the response, nonetheless, majority were satisfied on their salary as seafarers. With this satisfaction, management of hard-earned money is therefore a paramount concern, and this was the focal study of Castañeda, of which he investigated the income management of 286 Filipino seafarers' wives. Based on the results, he found out that retired seafarers rely on the savings made by their respective wives, who are also dependent on their individual income management. Our seafarers really give a number of or a bulk of dollar remittance in our country. So we acknowledge actually here. Now, the wives fully understand that proper income management is needed to uplift their standard of living. So this adherence has led the wives to not fully accept the idea of extended family expenses, though this is actually a culture in the Philippines, trying also to include the extended family as part of the expenses. However, based on this study, it came out that the wives' allotments are just enough for the immediate family. Likewise, they also adhere to the concept of saving for the future. So the above adherence directed to a favorable result in the study of Simon et al., of whom had traced the life of 5 retired Filipino seafarers. Employing qualitative data gathering method, all the participants articulated that their hard-earned salary were invested in house and lot businesses and save some amounts in the bank. It's actually a wise move to manage their finances properly. So analyzing on the context of social science, the findings of Casimiro et al., Castañeda, and Simon et al. Were interviewed accordingly to present the participants' required behavior and attitude towards proper management of finances. As such, these findings have somehow shown their humanistic actions and that they are free to choose their acts according to what they see are right and just. This premise is justified in the book of Andrew M. Kamark entitled Economics as a Social Science, of which, contrary to the conventional economic theory assumption that people have no free will, The book instead based economics on the realistic assumptions that human beings can choose, that human beings are complex beings affected by their emotions, customs, habits, and reasons, and that their behavior varies with different circumstances in times. With this, the economic context in maritime occupation is highly situated. Next off, in the sociological perspective, here are some of the essential social sciences studies at AIMS. The global nature of the seafaring industry makes seafarers vulnerable to a number of race-borne prejudices due to the mixed crew policy in merchant ships. Considering this as one of the occupational concerns in seafaring, AIMS has delved into a number of racial discrimination studies. Firstly, in the study of Reyes et al., 100 Filipino seafarers have expressed a minimal discrimination experience in terms of language, physical features, and religions. This is likewise revealed in the study of crews, where 254 Filipino seafarers have manifested a moderate level of racial discrimination experience. However, with a very strong discrimination encounters, having a mean of 4.98 out of 5 in terms of physical feature aspects. Somehow, the latter result complemented the qualitative findings of the Lisa et al., who interviewed 5 Filipino seafarers and have revealed that racism still occur on board. Correspondingly, coping mechanisms were revealed in the studies of Reyes et al. And crews to somehow counter the racial discrimination experienced by the participants. Racial discrimination is one of the study interests in sociology, which is one branch of social science, of which it analyzes the prejudices and stereotypes toward people with strong ethnic and racial identities. Viewed on a societal level, contemporary sociology considers racism as individual and group-level processes and structures that are implicated in the reproduction of racial inequality in diffuse and often subtle ways. Henceforth, this claim holds true in merchant ships, where the composition of its crew comes with multinational ethnicities, thus forming it as a small community with varied nationalities. It is therefore concluded that sociological context is highly situated in maritime occupation, and that undertaking studies that examines the interrelationships among people inside the ship are very essential to avoid the escalation of conflicts, which at some point can threaten the safety of both the crews and the ship. Lastly, on the perspective of psychology, here are some of the essential social science studies in maritime communication, occupation under AIMS. The isolated nature of a ship plus the long periods of voyage would somehow test the mental resilience of seafarers while on board. With this nature, a number of studies have been undertaken worldwide, including AIMS, to identify and address psychological problems encountered by Filipino seafarers. Stress has been one of the distinct problems encountered by seafarers while on board. At the most, this state has been triggered highly during the pandemic period. In the study of Elete et al., narratives from 7 selected seafarers revealed that during the COVID-19 pandemic, they experienced psychological distress followed by fatigue, depression, and anxiety. The most prevalent causes were work-related concerns, followed by family-related concerns. Their stress was highlighted by worries of contracting the virus on board, as well as of their families ashore. However, their strong will to work on board made them hold on their seafaring job, and this is presented in the prominent dissertation paper entitled Psychosocial and Longevity Factors as Length of Stay Predictors in the Seafaring Profession of Millennial Filipino Seafarers. In the paper, it was revealed that the seafarers' optimistic view of life, positive work relationships, strong support from officers, respect given by superiors and co-seafarers, emotional competence, expanded goals and organizational commitment, appreciation of recognition and acknowledgement, engagement in team decisions, positive mindset, and high level of safety protection made them decide to stay on their respective seafaring jobs. On a post note for this psychological perspective, how they battle mental problems while on board is actually a challenge that up to now is being faced and encountered by millions of seafarers worldwide. Henceforth, undertaking studies that would at least mitigate the harmful effects of stress and other mental problems while on board is a continuous inquiry by scholars in the social science field, especially in the psychology branch. A good coping and management recommendations would perhaps alleviate the symptoms experienced by those who are presently experiencing stress while at sea now. With the above outlines, psychological context is therefore a highly regarded state in maritime occupation. For the future investigations and indirections, with the increasing movement of goods all over the world, the demand for seafarers worldwide will continuously flourish. Thus, the dynamics of human interaction inside the ship shall also be an active happening. Inquiries and investigations, therefore, shall also be continuously done by stakeholders of the maritime industry so as to facilitate the welfare of every seafarer on board. This is where AIMS plan to establish the Center for Maritime Occupational Research in the Philippines, with an aim to focus in addressing the safety and well-being of seafarers from both the Philippines and other regions of the world. Again, I'm Dr. Victor Kahala. I'm a graduate of Master of Development Communication and Doctor of Communication at the University of the Philippines. And at present, I'm the Dean of the AIMS Center for Research Institutional Development in Pasay City. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kahala. Thank you for your nice speech. Oh, it's interesting. Philippines not only have a lot of great singers, but also become the big supplier of seafarers. So in very interesting issues. So according to the social science lens to study on the seafarers, so we use the sociology, economics, and also psychology to study about the seafarer, not only their feeling, behavior, attitudes, and others' welfare, and also many perspectives. So it's quite interesting. Thank you so much, Dr. Kahala. So next, we have our invite guest speaker. I would like to have John Michael Sasang. He will present his speech online. Mr. Sasang, are you online? Are you ready? So he's not ready yet. So maybe we start our presentation because Mr. Sasang is not online at the moment. So I think we would like to proceed to the first presenter of this conference. So the first conference, the first paper is about a comprehensive model of motivation. Today we have Mr. Takeshi Matsusaki from Japan. Are you ready? Okay. So I will give this floor to Mr. Matsusaki. Can he? We wait a few seconds, so Mr. Masusake, he will prepare for his presentation. So maybe 1 or 2 minutes. 1 or 2 minutes. Okay. Or the presentation. Sorry, I will give you the microphone.
So you guys can hear me? Right. Yeah, I know you can hear me, but people over there. Right. Okay, here we go. So I'm Takeshi Matsuzaki from Japan. You know, my topic for today is motivation. You know, we are all concerned about motivation, and so I think this is a great topic for everyone here. And there have been so many theories on motivation. One of the leading scholars on motivation in mainstream psychology, Reeve, he's identified more than 30 theories of motivation. Too many theories of motivation out there. So what I've been trying to do is to, you know, kind of combine all the important theories, important factors affecting motivation. And so I have devised a model of motivation, a comprehensive one. It's still a work in progress, but I think this model, which I'm about to show you, will give you some insight into how our motivation works. So here we go. So because I have only less than 10 minutes, I really can't go into any details. So many of the concepts I'm introducing to you today may not be familiar to you, but please bear that in mind. If you have questions, please ask me during the lunchtime or so, okay? First, I hope the fonts are not too small. We first have some input from the world, from the outside, you know. We receive some information or stimuli from the outside world, and we process the input, you know, inside of us, and then we produce some sort of output. Output can be divided into emotions, thoughts, and behaviors. For now, please note that the third one, behaviors, can directly actually influence the stimuli coming into our body. So there's the first loop, you know. Stimuli comes in and we produce output, and some of the output influence the stimuli, okay? The next thing we should consider is our senses. You know, all the external stimuli we receive come through our senses, right? And those information, those stimuli that pass our senses reach our working memory. So those pieces of information are called sensory memories. Sensory memories reach our working memory, and what our working memory does is to access our long-term memory to look for pertinent information regarding the incoming stimuli. And our working memory tries to retrieve the pertinent information from the long-term memory. I will talk about how the components of long-term memory momentarily, okay? But for now, know that first stimuli comes in and our senses process the stimuli, and the sensory memories reach our working memory, and our working memory accesses our long-term memory, retrieves relevant information. And then what happens, oops, not this one, is that and then the working memory produces some output in emotions, thoughts, or behaviors. And then the output in turn possibly influences long-term memory. If some change to long-term memory takes place, we call it learning has taken place. Okay. Also, output at the same time influence the ongoing functioning of a working memory. So, for example, if we think too much about something, we may have so many thoughts, but then our brain may get tired, and then the functioning of working memory deteriorates. You know. So here we see another loop, okay? So stimuli goes to senses, working memory, accessing long-term memory, produces output, affecting working memory. So this loop, and also the loop, this loop, okay? So there are many loops in my model. Now let me move on to another set of factors affecting the functioning of our working memory. Very stable factors affecting, influencing our working memory, which is our needs, you know, like a need for food, need for sleep. Those are termed physiological needs. And we also have psychological needs, okay? Both physiological and psychological needs play a major role in how our working memory performs receiving incoming stimuli, okay? And also, as a result of the intervening function of needs, working memory processes the incoming data in a certain way and produces some output, and then the result of the output may directly influence the needs. Okay, so here we see another loop. Another really stable, constant factor affecting the functioning of our working memory is our personality. You know, personality is considered very stable, and the features in our personality stably, constantly affect how we process information. Okay. Okay, now let me take a look at what's in our long-term memory. You know, first we see a set of beliefs. You know, beliefs. We create beliefs in our mind, right? Based on you know, pieces of memories in our long-term memory. What beliefs are out there or in there? The first set of beliefs is our values. What we think important and what we don't think are important. Yeah, those are our values. And in comparison to our values, we create a set of self-concepts. There are 5 different distinct self-concepts that are identified by psychologists. They are actual self, your self-worth, your possible self, your ideal self, and your odd self. And when you develop your self-concepts, you also need another set of beliefs called, not this one, okay. This one, oops, expectancies. Expectancy is a psychological term for expectations. you have these three types of expectations in your head: efficacy expectancies, outcome expectancies, and loci, which is a plural form of locus, loci of control. And these expectancies help you shape your self-concepts, right? And here you see your self-esteem. Your self-esteem is your feeling on your evaluations of your self-concepts. So self-esteem, self-esteem and self-concepts are highly interrelated to each other, okay? And so you have these beliefs and self-esteem, and then you have your goals. You set your goals, you know. Whatever you do, you set some goals, right? And for you to set your own goals, you also have another belief, which is called theory of intelligence, or in daily language, you may call it your mindset. Okay, you may believe that your ability can continue to grow, or you may believe that your ability is fixed and you can do nothing about it. Yeah? Based on your mindset, your goals may be different accordingly. And these will, these beliefs, goals, and self-esteem influence the working of your working memory. But that's not as simple as this. There's another factor playing a major role, which is what? Which is your, no. Okay. Because of the time, I'm not going to talk about integrative life narratives. It's a very important concept, but I don't think I have time. Let me have just one more minute, okay? I know I'm speaking too fast. Which is automotives. Automotives, in other words, your habits, you know, your habits. When you receive external stimuli, most of the information directly access your automotives. And then you just do things based on your habits, right? So your working memory does nothing about it. But you want, let's say you want to be successful, or you want to be more successful. Two of the things you need to do is what? One, you need to add to new habits, and you need to get rid of some bad habits of yours, right? So these have to do with goals, right? But goals, in most cases, are intervened by automotives. You have to override your automotives to go for your goals. And what do you need? That is your metacognitive knowledge and skills or ability. So it is very crucial thing about for people to be more successful is to add to their metacognitive knowledge and ability. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. So I guess, yeah, I've exceeded 10 minutes. So here are references. Like I said at the beginning, if you may have any questions, please come talk to me during the lunchtime or so. Or you can just send me emails there, tksntzk@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Arigato gozaimasu for your nice presentation. So before we have a break, I would like to introduce our session chairs. We have Dr. Alfred Solina. She is here. So she will be the chairperson of this session, and she will evaluate the presentation. So after the presentation, there will be 2 awards for the best paper and also the best presentation, only 2 awards. And we also have Dr. Veena Hara. She's online. Dr. Veena, are you online? Maybe she will be somewhere online on network. So these two chairperson will be the evaluator for the best paper and the best presentation. So we have 10 minutes for the break, and then we will come back at so now is the 10:04. So I think we should have a 10-minute break. So 10:14 we come back to this room and waiting for the second presenter. Okay, let's have a break for 10 minutes. Thank you. 24. So I would like to proceed to the second presenter. For the second presenter, we have Philip Soberano and colleagues. He will present about PUPSHS, Graduate K-12 Curriculum Satisfaction and Understanding of Career Readiness. Mr. Soberano, are you ready online?
Yes, good morning, good day to all. I have sent my recordings, my request to technical team for the recordings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will show your presentation
Yes,
through
thank
the
you.
video
Also
clip.
panel,
Okay.
organizer, presenters, and participant in this international conference on management and social sciences. It is my honor to present our research collaboration with my colleagues, Associate Professor Cheryl R. Morales, Assistant Professor Mary Grace I. Cruz, Assistant Professor Francis Leo T. Mingo, and yours truly, Assistant Professor Philip S. J. Soberano, entitled PUP SHS Graduates K-12 Curriculum Satisfaction and Understanding of Career Readiness of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Quezon City branch. Despite objection, the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013 was passed. In 2018, the Philippines faced the most difficult challenge, leaving the trio of countries with less than K-12 12 years basic education, global citizenship, and career readiness, preparedness are emphasis in K-12 curriculum. This study provides an insight at K-12 curriculum satisfaction and career readiness among 2018 and 2019 graduates. As to date, no further literature review had been in reference to this topic. The data were collected after the university granted ethics clearance for the use of the respondents' personal information. The total number of respondents was determined to be 363 out of 4,327 SHS graduates. It was determined that a cluster probability sampling technique will be utilized based on its proposal. Challenges encountered in data gathering, such as respondents graduated 2 to 3 years ago, and COVID-19 pandemic. The choice of random sampling enabled authors to obtain desires on sample size. Majority of the respondents stressed that after SHS program, they gained a better understanding of different issues and perspectives. It increased their knowledge and perception in society and believed, however, that they rarely job ready soon after graduation. The first cohort of grade 12 students who had been educated in K-12 curriculum since grade 1 will graduated by the 23-24 academic calendar. The study can be leveraged as a benchmark of improving vocational and college curricula that determining the business completeness integrates these graduates' career paths for employment. In 2013, the Philippines education made its boldest attempt to finally remove its impression as one of the 3 countries having less than 12-year basic education. Despite of the contention of other different stakeholders, in March 2013, Republic Act 10533 or the Enhanced Basic Education Act of 2013 came into beginning. 2018 marked a historical achievement in our education system. As of the first grade grade 12 or SHS students march and receive their diploma as one of the first SHS completers. Therefore, the researchers see opportunity to provide insight from its SHS graduate on the K-12 education reform and help the university in its commitment to actively participate in the implementation, design, and revising of K-12 curricula stipulated in Republic Act 10533. The first batch of the students in the senior high school program is expected to graduate meeting the content performance standard of the 21st century skills such as problem solving, information literacy, and critical thinking skills, former DepEd Secretary Briones said. The aim of the study is to determine the PUP SHS student or graduates in 2018 and 2019 on the curriculum satisfaction and their understanding on career readiness. Specifically, the researchers would like to answer the following question. First, what is the demographic profile of the SHS graduates in terms of a year graduated, age, gender preference, SHS track, average monthly family income, their decision after finishing SHS program in PUP. Second, what is the SHS graduates' reflection in their career readiness? Third, what is the SHS graduate reflection on K-12 cross-cultural standard? Fourth, what is the SHS graduate agreement on K-12 curriculum features? Fifth, what is the SHS graduate satisfaction in terms of core subject taken, applied subject taken, and specialized subject taken? And lastly, is there any significant difference between the SHS graduates curriculum satisfaction and understanding on career readiness when grouped according to their demographic profile? In terms of method, the study would be using descriptive quantitative approach that will describe the perception and understanding of the SHS graduating students on their satisfaction, college and career readiness. Also, the use of descriptive quantitative design will discover and provide the possible causal relationship of finding out what is. So survey methods are frequently used to collect data, descriptive data, Borg and Gall, 1989. Using the design, it would also provide the researchers with the extent of respondents' predetermined viewpoint. The study employed the survey approach to administer structured questionnaire. The instrument of the research are drawn from the Department of Education SHS curriculum and its K-12 component. The College and Career Readiness Survey were adapted from earlier literature from University of Illinois College and Career Readiness Survey to further validate the research. And some questionnaires are self-structured to address the range of research concern. On its 86th question, a reliability statistics called Cornbach Alpha was used. According to PUP ICTO database, there were 4,327 SHS graduates in 2018 and 2019. Total number of respondents was determined to be 363. It was determined after a cluster probability sampling technique will be utilized based on its proposal. Apart from respondents who graduated 2 to 3 years ago, data collection occurred during the COVID-19 pandemic, making it difficult to obtain respondents from clustered respondents. the choice of random sampling enabled the authors to obtain the desired sample size. As illustrated in Table 2, overall weighted mean of 3.21 of SHS student graduates viewing career readiness was rated as moderately true. The majority of the respondents' reflection that the following of their SHS years, they gain a better understanding of the societies and people. 3.65 were interpreted as exactly true. Meanwhile, the Department of Education's promise that SHS graduates are job ready was rated as hardly true with 2.45. The respondents agreed to have the capacity to manage their difficulties in academic terms. The challenges respondents had faced were overcome and resolved. The respondents also possess confidence to finish their goals and effectively continue even under the occurrences of unexpected event. The result was showed that the respondents improved their skills in areas such as mathematics, written communication skills, oral communication skills, and vocabulary. Moreover, the respondents stressed that they gained better understanding of different issues and perspective. Even so, it increased their knowledge and perception of different societies and people. Yet, despite this improvement and self-efficacy, the respondent hardly agreed that senior high school student graduates are ready to jump into working industry. Table 3, the respondent agreed to have the capacity to manage their difficulties in academic terms. The challenges respondents had faced were overcome and resolved. The respondents also possess confidence to accomplish their goals and effectively continue even under the occurrences and unexpected events. The result shows that the respondents improved their skills in areas such as mathematics, written communication skill, oral communication skills, and vocabulary. Moreover, respondents stressed out to gain better understanding on different issues and perspective. Even so, it increased their perception and knowledge of improvement of self-efficacy. The respondents hardly agreed that the senior high school graduated are ready to jump into working industry. Table 4 shows overall weighted mean of 3.23 under reflection of cross-cultural standard was rated moderately true. The majority of respondents' reflection on clear appreciation of one respondent as citizens of a multicultural Philippines and the diverse world has the highest mean of 3.40, while the confidence of being able to produce all forms of text, example, written, oral, visual, digital, based on solid ground in the Philippine experience and culture, has the lowest mean of 3.10. The respondents' level of agreement in terms of SHS core subject taken, the overall weighted mean of 3.45 of the respondents in their level of agreement of senior high school was rated agree. The majority of the respondents strongly agreed that the subject on majority of komunikasyon at pananaliksik sa wika at kulturang Pilipino, help them understand the nature of characteristics and development, use and application of Filipino language in communicative and cultural situation in the Philippine society with 3.60. Generally, help them to the increase of their knowledge and understanding, generally help in the increase of the areas such as oral communication, reading and writing. These are the 21st century literature from the Philippines and the world contemporary Philippine arts from the region. Furthermore, the subject emphasis by the respondents in helping them in terms of research, a system of investigation and critical thinking, pagbasa at pagsusuri ng iba't ibang tao, and media information literacy, introduction to philosophy of the human person, understanding the culture, society, and politics. In terms of cross-cultural standard, when grouped according to gender, it shows a significant difference in competence to produce text, concept, and ideas in multicultural form. Also, in clear appreciation of the responsibility as a citizen and multicultural country. In addition, a significant difference in the systematic application of knowledge, understanding, theories, and skills as a tool of community development. In terms of self-efficacy, when grouped according to track, it shows significant difference in such areas as manner of defending grounds, if opposed, improve written communication skills in both English and mother tongue, improve problem-solving skills, improve ability to read graphs and chart, gain a better understanding of different issues and view, ability to produce research and use different materials. Moreover, it also shows a significant difference in their readiness to pursue a college career, observe vital knowledge and skills with eminent practical work experience, values, and work ethics, emotional preparedness as job-ready senior high school graduates. In terms of K-12 curriculum features, it showed a significant difference in areas of disaster, risk reduction, climate change adaptation, information and communication technology, building proficiency, mother tongue-based multilingual education, gear up for the future, effective communication skills, equip graduates. In conclusion, similar to respondents' perception that they are hardly ever job ready shortly after graduating, the National Economic and Development Authority stated that the projected higher jobless rate in 2022 is primarily due to K-12 program, whose initial graduating batch bloated the labor force population. The K-12 curriculum, and in particular a senior high school program, is designed to ensure all graduates are productive and employable upon graduation from high school. As a result, our school must showcase that they are capable of producing marketable graduates. As far as literature is concerned, this proof has not yet been presented to the industry. Employers must adopt job descriptions that were initially designed to need college degrees in order to accommodate senior high school graduates in less specialized industries. continuous discussion with relevant agencies such as Department of Labor and Employment and National Economic Development Authority or NEDA, as well as the conduct additional empirical research to strengthen the K-12 model are important. For recommendation, keep in mind that K-12 teachers themselves were not educated with some curriculum, hence challenges and difficulties are inevitable. The class of 2022 is the first generation of college graduates that received the K-12 program with the full implementation and effect of the K-12 not occurring until 2028 and then beyond. Continuous training for curriculum implementers, particularly in light of the pandemic. Remember that the teacher is the curriculum. The government must invest additional funds to conduct more research into empirical technology-based K-12 curricula in order to achieve the K-12 goals. Funding acknowledgement. The authors disclose receipt of the following financial support for the research, authorship, and publication of this article. This work was the university-funded research under the Office of the PUP, Vice President for Research, Extension, Planning, and Development. Thank you, and all the best for the best in you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Professor Soborano. Thank you for your nice presentation. So I would like to get a comment from our chairpersons. Dr. Solina, do you have any comments? Not yet, okay. Maybe we have a question and answer later after our presenters present their paper. So I would like to go to the next presenter. He will present his article entitled Issues and Challenges in Records Management in Japan from the Standpoint of Contemporary History Research. So, Mr. Ken Ichiro Higuchi, are you online? Are you ready? Oh, so he is not online at the moment. So I would like to go to the fourth presenter. She will present her paper entitled Stakeholders Feedback on the Implementation of Flexible Technology Enhanced Learning, a case study. So I would like to introduce Bektasa. Are you ready?
Yes, you may present my video.
Okay, please welcome Ms. Bektasa to present her paper. Thank you.
All the way from the Philippines. A good day, everyone. Allow me to present my study, Stakeholders Feedback on the Implementation of Flexible Technology Enhanced Learning, a case study. I am Melanie F. Baktasa, a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Psychology, Master of Arts in Education, major in Guidance and Counseling, and currently pursuing my Doctor of Education, major in Educational Administration at Far Eastern University, Manila, Philippines. By profession, I am a registered guidance counselor and a registered psychometrician, a faculty designee holding the position of guidance counselor and in charge of career and placement at Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Quezon City branch. So this study was explored to describe the stakeholders' feedback on the implementation of flexible technology-enhanced learning approach in the Polytechnic University of the Philippines National Capital Region Cluster. Data were gathered through one-on-one interviews with faculty and alumni representatives, while focus group discussions were conducted among student leaders. Significant findings were triangulated with relevant reviews of documents such as memoranda and notices. Marso PUP official website, student organizations, and official student publications FB page were explored. 8 major themes were generated to describe the stakeholders' overall feedback, anchored on their personal experiences and direct observations on the impact of FlexTel's implementations on the context of its strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and limitations. So derived themes 1 to 4, namely economical alternative learning delivery, provide opportunities for work, productive coping through personal and professional engagements, and recognizing limitations while exploring innovations were inferred as the FlexTel strengths and opportunities. Meanwhile, themes of 5 to 8, namely communication barriers, students' disengagement in academic and non-academic activities, issues on quality learning and outcomes, and 8, the lack of pedagogical monitoring system was noted as the FlexTel weaknesses and limitations. Implicitly, features of growth mindset were present among stakeholders, recognizing that FlexTel is the now normal of education and of the future. However, top executive management as the prime mover of the institution, the creation of the learning course management system based on the context of the stakeholder standpoint is a vital consideration. At the beginning, we all know that education institutions claim for academic excellence and societal relevance. With that, systematic reviews of all educational processes affecting school, operations, pedagogies, and learning outcomes must be undertaken. With this premise, stakeholders must provide honest and valuable feedback regarding their representations and involvement. This is to give noteworthy inputs in both operational and academic domains. Meanwhile, educational managers must functionally contribute to stakeholders' welfare by providing them enabling school climate with a high level of learning and gearing towards the realization of its vision and mission. In return, stakeholders must continuously support to improve and collaboratively work with the institution in transforming the quality of human life. In our country, Philippines, public and private higher education through the Commission of Higher Education's Memorandum Order No. 4, Series of 2020, proactively released a guideline to adopt flexible learning as an alternative way to facilitate teaching and learning in the new normal. With that, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines is among of those higher educations that urgently responded to implement flexible learning through the Office of the Vice President for Academic Affairs. The flexible technology enhanced learning, or what we call the FlexTel approach, uses two delivery modes, online and correspondence mode of learning. For the purpose of the study, the general goal of this research was to contribute on enhancing flexible technology enhanced learning implementation through the various lenses of the PUP stakeholders, students, faculty, and alumni. Understanding either their personal or professional perspectives can convey strong message on recalibrating future-ready hybrid learning. Basically, it aimed to provide relevant and impactful feedback to the university's management. With that, the following research questions were derived. 1. What feedback do the stakeholders share on the implementation of FlexTel? And 2, how do the stakeholders describe the overall implementation of the FlexTel? Part of the methodology, this is a case study utilized to explore the qualitative feedback of the stakeholders. The fundamental goal of case study, according to Yin 2014, is to conduct an in-depth analysis of the issue within its context to understand the problem from the participants' perspective. Online interview method was utilized, focus group discussion among student leaders, and one-on-one interviews among alumni and faculty participants. Revealed information were triangulated with pertinent documents such as memoranda and notices. Anecdotes and direct observations were also considered. For research local in participants, 10 stakeholders were residents of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, satellite branches, and campuses, mainly from the National Capital Region Cluster, PUP Quezon City, Taguig, San Juan, and Parañaque. 3 student leaders held the highest position in student organization's governing body, 4 faculty representatives that were regular faculty, and 3 alumni representatives that were former student leaders and had the experience of the implementation of the FlexTel approach. So these are the results of my study. Theme 1, Economical Alternative Learning Delivery. One of the most highlighted strengths of flexible learning that the stakeholders significantly share was centered on the economic value. Among of the repeated phrases expressed by the participants were cost-saving education, no need to commute, no allowance needed, and reduced expenses to buy school supplies and uniforms. Indeed, as implied, stakeholders considered flexible learning as cost-efficient. Theme 2, provide opportunities for work. Yes, significantly, it offers opportunities for work with many students. Prevalently, participants recognize that education remotely allowed students to venture for a part-time job to support their families' daily living. In terms of socioeconomic impact, Flextel became an opportunity for students to uplift their personal and family conditions. This was supported by Trivente 2014, that students tend to work while studying in order to meet both personal and familial support. Theme 3, productive coping and personal and professional engagements. Distance education offers personal time to unwind and bond with family, the chance to pursue for hobby and engage in extracurricular activities. More so, as highlighted, there was an increase in the number of faculty members who collaboratively engage with research writing, presentations, and publications. According to Logel et al. 2021, 3 coping mechanisms dominantly employed by the people during the pandemic: creating new routines, maintaining social connections, and last, trying new activities. 4, recognizing limitations while exploring innovations in Flextel. The readiness to recognize and accept the weaknesses and limitations of the Flextel allowed them to explore innovations. Hence, features of growth mindset were being manifested. Carol Dweck, 2006, mentioned that growth mindset is an ability of the individual to accept challenges and develop new skills. More so, limitations are being recognized as the baseline for progress. While they journey along with the implementation of Flextel, students and teachers little by little progressed by showing improvement through expressing and recognizing their varied limitations toward exploring and learning new things. Theme 5, communication barriers. In the context of self-paced learning, students struggled to connect real-time with teachers, mainly to clear up vague information in instructions. According to Alawamle et al. 2022, students preferred in-person classes compared to remote learning due to lack of enthusiasm, difficulty understanding the learning materials, and low level of communication between students and teachers. Theme 6, students' disengagement in virtual activities and non-academic activities. Collectively, their concerns were on the reduced number of students attending virtual activities. According to Christensen 2008, as facilitators of the learning process, teachers play an important role in influencing students' engagement. They serve as a guide in intervention efforts. So this could be also one of the ripple effects of the student sentiments on communication barriers. Since teachers fail to influence their students' attention, interest, and enthusiasm, therefore, the likelihood that the students tend to disengage with activities. 7, issues on quality learning and outcomes. Flextel didn't guarantee that all essential learnings are being delivered, transferred, and captured by the students. Hence, the likelihood that learning outcomes are not attained. According to MIDA 2019, the institution must strictly implement online rules and regulations. As highlighted, teachers' commitment and student self-discipline are key characteristics and a prerequisite to a successful completion and a quality of online learning. Lastly, Theme 8, lack of pedagogical monitoring system. Students were expressively concerned about the level of teachers' engagement during synchronous sessions. Evidently, this support Theme 5, communication barriers. Students were dismayed for having unresponsive teachers to clarify vague information, particularly during asynchronous delivery mode. As a negative ripple impact, students tend to disengage from academic and non-academic activities and implicitly show discouragement and demotivation, and that it impacts their learning outcomes. As part of the conclusions, 8 themes were generated as overall feedback. Again, derived themes 1 to 4 are identified as Flextel strengths and opportunities, while themes 5 to 8 were labeled as Flextel weaknesses or limitations. Considering the diverse context of stakeholders, a flexible technology-enhanced learning is acknowledged as cost-efficient compared to traditional learning. Students generally from disadvantaged members of the society are given opportunities for a part-time work. Flextel allow members of the community to productively cope through personal and professional engagements. However, despite the promising features of Flextel, issues with quality teaching and learning process are greatly affecting learning and its learning outcomes. From the time it was implemented, communication barriers predominantly narrowed and widened the gaps of confusion that separate students from teachers. Hence, a negative ripple impact, students tend to disengage themselves from participating with school activities, evidently because of lack of motivation and dismay. Lastly, remarkably, as shared with stakeholders, the success of the Flextel implementation greatly accounted on the following: readiness, accountability, and sense of commitment of teachers as implementers of learning. Meanwhile, self-discipline was explicitly mentioned by stakeholders as crucial characteristics of students in the successful completion of academic requirements and in balancing studies and work. Growth mindset was implicitly manifested among stakeholders as they gradually recognized, embraced, and accepted that Flextel is the now normal in the education system. These are the list of my references. Again, to the International Conference on Management and Social Sciences. Thank you for this opportunity to present the result of my study.
Thank you so much, Ms.
Thank you, and
Tasha.
God
Thank you
bless
so much for the
everyone.
nice presentation. Thank you. So as we run out of the time, so I would like to move to the next presenter. I'm not sure whether Mr. Armaktum, oh, he's not here at the moment. So we move to the sixth presenter. Edgardo Delmo, are you online?
Yes, you may present his presentation.
Okay, okay. Next presenter will talk about smoking playing as a risk factor to other diseases, a meta-analysis. So please welcome Edgardo Delmo and colleagues. Thank you.
Good day to each and everyone. I am Associate Professor Edgardo S. Delmo, Director of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, San Juan Campus. I am going to present our research collaboration project entitled Smoking Playing as a Risk Factor to Other Diseases, a meta-analysis. For the abstract, for the introduction, the World Health Organization published a report on July 21, 2021, stating that there are currently 1.3 billion tobacco users worldwide. In the United States, tobacco use is the leading cause of preventable disease, disability, and death. Adult smokers in the United States number nearly 40 million, with approximately 47 million middle and high school students using at least one tobacco product, including e-cigarettes per year. Using live world statistics on population, governance, and economics, social media, the environment, food, water, energy, and health, one of the investigators tried to observe the actual number of deaths due to smoking. On average, one person dies every 6 seconds. Table 1 data statistics show the mortality rates of tobacco, communicable and non-communicable disease globally as shown. Less harmful products such as e-cigarettes and heated tobacco devices have been conclusively proven to be less harmful and highly effective at helping smokers quit permanently in countries that have studied the science and evidence, listened to all sides of the debate, and embraced the concept of harm reduction. In the Global Adult Tobacco Survey in 2015, 23.8% overall, 41.9% of men and 5.8% of women currently use tobacco. About 110 Filipinos die from tobacco-related diseases each year. Hence, the situation is far less encouraging in several other countries, particularly in Southeast Asia. The aims of the study, this research collaboration believes that governments can only hope to craft appropriate, risk-proportionate legislation that benefits their citizens if they uncover and understand the facts of evidence, and that this research should assist them in doing so from the science-based, relatable perspective. It also aims to document the number of deaths caused by communicable diseases like HIV or AIDS, tuberculosis, and COVID-19, non-communicable diseases such as malaria and dengue, and other risk factors such as alcohol, obesity, and smoking among Southeast Asian countries from 2000 until 2019. Secondly, it also aims to identify some harms of nicotine as a cause of death in comparison to ischemic heart, stroke, lower respiratory infection, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, tuberculosis, and tracheal, bronchus, and lung cancer. The methods that we use is to provide a comprehensive and systematic approach in identifying related literature to suffice the demands of the study. Open access journal articles and data from legitimate databases like ISI Scopus indexes journals and or websites were collated substantially. Keywords were used to narrow down possible sources of information. These were smoking or adverse effects of smoking and diseases, with Asian countries as local. Results and discussion. The table shown presented the mortality rate of smoking among Southeast Asian nations from 2000 until 2019. In 2019, Indonesia is the leading country with the highest mortality rate. To the course of almost 2 decades, the rate increased drastically from 145,834 since 2000. Based on the latest data, second to Indonesia is Vietnam with 97,074 deaths. Third in rank is the Philippines. It is good to note that Philippines gained a steady increase rate from 61,378 deaths in 2000 to 95,587 in 2019. Meanwhile, the country with the least mortality rate is Brunei, Jerusalem. Data shows that in smoking, Timor-Leste is the highest with 4% average increase. Oppositely, Myanmar is the lowest with 1% average increase. It is worth noting that based on the prediction data, deaths in smoking can be higher on the upcoming years. Smoking has a risk factor in the Philippines. 6 of the top 10 leading causes of mortality in the Philippines were risks associated with smoking. From 2000 to 2019, comparison of data on the number of deaths from tracheal, bronchus, and lung cancer, tuberculosis, ischemic heart disease, stroke, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. According to the information provided by the World Health Organization, these premature deaths occurred among individuals whose income belongs to lower to middle class. The table shows the comparison between deaths of external factors and deaths on smoking from 2000 to 2019. The deaths due to external risks, each death-causing injuries, are as follows: household cleaning fluids, dirty water or unsafe water source, food poisoning, accidents by land transportation, assault by murder or homicide, intentional self-harm or suicide, nicotine poisoning, that's from ingesting pure nicotine, vaping nicotine, which side effects of prescribed medication, and side effects of pharmaceutical smoking, cessation products such as the Chantix total to 663,584, while deaths in smoking is 1,641,252. This means that there is 84.8362% difference between these two. This further indicates that smoking is far worse than deaths by external factors. It is also evident that deaths caused by smoking is drastically increasing for the past 2 decades, from 61,378 casualties in 2000 to 95,587 in 2022. Oppositely, deaths caused by external factors only range from 40,000 down to 25,000 casualties for every 20 years and was steadily fluctuating within the range mentioned. Conclusion: after gathering multiple data for meta-analysis, the study found out that there were many people died from communicable diseases like HIV or AIDS, tuberculosis, and COVID-19. Non-communicable diseases like malaria and dengue, and other risk factors like alcohol, obesity, and smoking in Southeast Asia from 2000 until 2019. Furthermore, it was also found that smoking can aggravate the health condition of those people who are suffering from serious health conditions. Smoking could also affect the quality of life of patients who are terminally ill. Finally, the study also collected important information about the leading causes of death among Filipinos. Homicide, accident by transportation, and unsafe water source remain to be the top 3 causes of death in the Philippines from 2000 to 2019. The study also found that there were more fatalities from smoking than external causes. This proves even more clearly how much more deadly smoking is than external cause of mortality. Our recommendation is smoking is a global phenomenon. And this study acknowledges that smoking has detrimental effects not only to those with terminal illness, but even healthy individuals. The Philippines had a fair share of its effects. Thus, this study also taps the policymakers in the Philippine government in order to curb these effects by legislating or creating policies that would safeguard the quality of life that Filipinos aspire to live. Acknowledgement, we'd like to acknowledge the FACT Asia Consultants Limited. To view the full details of the study, please visit www.pupfactasia.com. Thank you and happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you so much, Professor Thelmo, for very nice information. So we have to be careful to be away from smoking, right? Thank you. Okay, next I would like to move to the 7th presenter. Today we have Dr. Selena. She will present her paper entitled The Drivers of Economic Well-Being, Social Adequacy of the Underprivileged Communities in Cavite, Philippines. Dr. Selena, please. Oh, you have Dr. Lion Ocampo, right? Okay.
I think you need a.
Zoom meeting. Hello? 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 Could they hear me? Could you hear me in the Zoom meeting? Okay. Yeah. Okay, it is visible now in the Zoom meeting. So thank you very much. First, let me introduce myself. Good morning, everyone. I'm Leon Binagio Campo, and together with my co-author, Dr. Alpa M. Solina and Marjorie Bongat, it was a great privilege for us to present to you our paper entitled The Drivers of Economic Well-Being, Social Adequacy of the Underprivileged Community here in Cavite. The social and economic facet of well-being have become a tremendous deal in today's generation, especially due to the pandemic. There are lots of problems that we are experiencing, which it becomes more important for us to have a good measure of well-being for our country. There are lots of evaluation focusing on the financial and macroeconomic variable, but only few analysis have considered the social determinants of well-being. That's why in our paper, we try to evaluate this gap, focusing the instrument utilized in Pantawid Pamilya program. So what is PORPIS or Pantawid Pamilya program? This is a poverty reduction strategy which provides grants for the extremely poor household to improve the health, nutrition, and education, particularly to the children or youth. Before, it is about 0 to 14 years old, and today it becomes 0 to 18 years old. In eradicating this extreme poverty, there are various support that is being provided by our government. And it was headed by the Department of Social Welfare and Development of our country. It was a local government unit in the Philippines. And they are implementing this in partnership with various organizations and institutions. And it was also a privilege for us as an educational institution to be part of this program. We are evaluating the impact this program in partnership with the local government unit in our area. Sorry. According to the related study, in analysis of the social economic determinants, there should be a multidimensional picture that should be analyzed. And some of this social condition that should be given importance are health, nutrition, education, and housing, which could influence the productivity of the individual, the household, the community, and all in all, the national economic well-being. So for the Pantawid Pamilya program, in terms of health and nutrition, our government is focusing on providing healthcare services like focusing on the pregnant women, PWD, youth by provision of funds to help them have a better economic condition. For the education, we are very proud even though we are a third world country, that our country have been able to provide free education from the primary education up to tertiary level. And aside from that, we also have educational allowance for the poor-based beneficiary or the underprivileged community in our country. Next is for the housing. It is also part of the WD program in partnership with other local government unit, and also giving importance on the role efficacy, because this particular economic well-being could not be realized without the action and cooperation of the underprivileged community. So we are also analyzing the implementation of the program by evaluating the participation of the underprivileged community in the seminars, in various educational seminar, health services, gender and development, and also actual participation in the provision of support to their youth. The government has continuously increased the budget for the program from 62 billion in 2016 to 89 billion, and an increase of 27 billion this year, which also has a potential increase of 1.3 because we also have graduates in the purpose, and considering those graduates, we will be having additional beneficiary in the future. In this regard, the purpose of our study is to analyze the social economic indicator, and it was structured by focusing on the 3 dimensions of social adequacy, namely health, education, and role efficacy. Initially, we identify the household profile of the underprivileged community, particularly in terms of education, employment, and income. Then, we assess the social adequacy indicator in order to determine the effectiveness of the implementation of the programs of the government. And it could be a basis or a foundation for creation of action plan and evaluation of the gap, addressing the issues, and improving the additional projects and program of our government. For the materials and method, we have utilized quantitative and qualitative technique, focusing on descriptive statistical analysis and correlation analysis using non-parametric statistical technique, which is Kendall Tau. And in the identification of the appropriate number of participants for this study, we have utilized 2 stages sampling technique. For the first stage, we conducted a cluster sampling analysis, identifying the top 5 barangay or area in the Philippines with the most number of underprivileged community. And then for the second stage, we conducted a stratified sampling technique, identifying how many participants for each strata will be needed in order to make it a reliable study. And based on our computation, considering our target area, Imus Cavite, Philippines, we have top 5 barangay with the underprivileged community as highlighted in our map. A total of 263 samples were included in the study. And based on the number of underprivileged, 34% coming from Anabu, and 22% from Palico 4 area, 17% from Alapan 2B, 12% from Anabu. And for the result and discussion of our study, most of them ages from 35 to 43 years old. Majority of our respondents were female, about 92.78% of the total participants. More than half of them were married, but a high percentage was observed in terms of a live-in status, about 33.46%, which means that they are married, but it is not civilly or formally recognized by law. Majority of the respondents also Roman Catholic, about 90.11%. And in terms of number of years as a beneficiaries of the government, only 3 of the participants have 1 to 3 years as beneficiary, 85 for 4 to 6 years, 7 to 10 years constitute 175 of our respondents. In analyzing the educational level of the household, the results show that most of the participants have at least one in their household member, which is a high school graduate. And on the contrary, only 1.90% of our participants have at least one college graduate in their family. In terms of employment, about half of our participants are unemployed and the remaining are working, but only 0.76% is considered as working as professional employee. And 35.75% are working in an elementary occupation. Particularly, they're working in a factory and assembly with routinary work. In terms of household income, majority of the participants have 13,250 to 23,099 amount of income in peso, which if we consider the poverty threshold in the Philippines, about 36.12% of our participants are still in the poverty line. In evaluating the social adequacy support of the government, particularly using the dimension of social determinants based on the study, health, education, and role efficacy, the highest rating was observed in terms of educational support. The participants have experienced and gained benefits from the educational support of the government, and they perceive it as very effective program. And the lowest rating in terms of health, but still very effective, which is equivalent to 4.81%, which means that majority of them have health services, but they are not gaining all the health services provided by the government because they are not participating on the seminars, in educational programs, supports by the government. And using the social adequacy tool in evaluating the level of well-being of the participants, it shows that 64% of the participants are subsistence, which means that as a household, they could provide the basic needs to their family, but still needs the support of the local government units in order to increase the level or to sustain that particular level of well-being in the community. And 36% is considered self-sufficient, which means that they are financially capable. Even without the support of the LGU, they could graduate as a four-piece beneficiaries. And considering the profile of the participants in relation to the well-being of our respondent, it shows that only educational attainment and the number of years as a beneficiary have significant correlation with the level of their economic and social well-being. Employment and household monthly income was found not significant. Probably based on the descriptive analysis, we can see that most of them are unemployed, and if it affects the correlation result of the study. In conclusion, the overall evaluation of government assistance to the underprivileged population was quite successful, especially when it comes to healthcare, education, and role efficacy. 95 of the household beneficiaries became financially independent or self-sufficient, and education and years of beneficiaries were significantly correlated with their level of well-being. In recommendation, based on the result of the studies, members of the underprivileged shall reach out to the local government units of the respective provinces and participates in the government programs, particularly in the role efficacy aspect. For the local government unit, it is recommended that they should make sure that the beneficiaries are exercising the rights to access and to have this readily available health services to the community. And for the future researcher who are interested to conduct similar study, it is recommended to also include the quantitative evaluation of the financial and economic variables that could drive the higher standard of living, since the focus of the study is focused only on the social adequacy. So why don't we combine both the financial or the numerical and qualitative aspect in our future studies? Next is development of substantial program that empowers the community in the long run. As we can see, this particular program is solving the problem in the country in the short run. We are just providing fund, but there is no substantial support to help them or to empower them to become subsistence or self-sufficient community. So there should be a program, not just providing them financial assistance, but also providing them support in using that financial assistance to be able to support their family and improve their well of living, their living standard. And that will be all. Thank you so much. I hope we could also collaborate in the future. Sawadee ka.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lian. So we have 5 more presenters for the morning session. So please be informed that we have only 10 minutes for each presenter. So please, please use your time, only 10 minutes. Okay, next, I would like to invite Rosanna Florencia Ulep and also Professor Delmo and colleagues to present the paper entitled Use and Control of Tobacco in the Philippines, Excise Taxes, Death Toll, and Mortality Rate. Okay, please welcome Ulep. Are you alive?
You just play the video of Dr. Ulep.
Okay, is this
Actually, I'll be the one presenting it. She's in the United States right now.
Okay, we will have a short video for the presentation. So we are
We'll
waiting
send to
for.
you in batch the video.
Okay,
Do you
wait a
have the
minute.
copy?
Our staff will play the video.
Yeah, please do play the video. Thank you.
Number 8, use and control of tobacco in the Philippines. Can you find the video clip?
Good day. In behalf of my team and our presenter, Dr. Rosanna Ulep, I'll be presenting our study in her behalf entitled Use and Control of Tobacco in the Philippines, Excise Tax, Death Toll, and Mortality Rate. So for the abstracts of the study, it is shown in the screen and give you time to at least have a glance before I discuss it. So for the introduction, as mentioned, the tobacco industry in the Philippines has been around since the Spanish era. Over the decades, tobacco smoking has become a popular part of the Filipinos' cultural heritage. However, it has also become one of the unhealthy habits of the country's population. According to the World Health Organization, tobacco use and exposure are responsible for approximately 12% of deaths related to the heart disease globally. Meanwhile, the Philippines Department of Health revealed in a 2018 conference that the leading cause of death in the country remained to be ischemic heart disease, along with the other non-communicable illness linked to smoking. More importantly, smoking is found to be responsible for 71% of deaths caused by lung cancer around the globe. In the Philippines alone, the leading form of cancer is lung cancer, and 10 Filipinos die per hour due to directly related to smoking. So for the aims of the study seeks to uncover and understand the facts and evidence of tobacco-related products in the Philippines, as well as their comparison with communicable and non-communicable diseases from the year 2000 to present. Specifically, the study intends to review and discuss the following, which is of course one, the revenue of the Philippine government in tobacco excise taxes, the death toll linked to combustible cigarette tobacco smoking, and the mortality rate linked to the use of tobacco and evilly. So for the methods, as you can see in the diagram shows that the process of these comparative analysis begins with the identification of the research questions or objectives. There are 3 major steps to accomplish, which of course one is the preliminary data search, full data reading, and data analysis. In the initial step, the data search is conducted through determining the search databases to be used. In this case, the researchers focused on the major platforms of Google Scholar, OECD, and the Philippine Health Statistics. Meanwhile, a regular searching strategy is used, but with the help of a specific criteria. First, the data to be searched must be from year 2000 onwards, and they must be from accredited journals and health websites. After the preliminary data search, a full data reading is done. This process includes the extraction of data from determined sources and search result after the data extraction. The information gathered underwent checking and quality assessment. This is significant to filter out only the relevant details needed to achieve the research objectives. Finally, data analysis is done following the method discussed in the data analysis method section. The next slide discusses the use of algorithms as shown in this figure. This is to provide a tool for prediction using the coefficient of determination, or the R2 or R squared. We may determine the strength of the relationship between the model's response and predictor variables, attributed to the reason that it is essential the square of correlations coefficient, or its values range from 0.0 to 1.0. Hence, the data analysis employing prediction in this study refers to the process of using statistical data, data analytics, and other information to anticipate future events. It is utilized efficiently for generating wiser future selection. The data analysis was done by one of our co-researcher who has a PhD in computer science. For the results and discussion, as you can see, from an estimated revenue of 17 billion pesos to 30 billion pesos from 2000 to 2010, the state started earning, or the Philippines started earning, more than 70 billion pesos after the implementation of the sin tax law reform in 2012. So as you can see in the graph, there was an increase of 40 billion pesos in just a single year by 2017. to 2020. The revenue finally reached 125.91 billion pesos to 149.6 billion pesos specifically. So for the production is what is shown in this slide. The impact of the new excise tax law and amendment in 2019 to 2020 based on the trend would probably be more evident in succeeding years. The figure you see on your screen presents the predictions of the revenue from tobacco excise taxes. If the current trend continues, the country is looking at an almost 200 billion pesos revenue by 2030. Consequently, it is also significant to see that after the implementations of the additional tobacco excise taxes, the country has seen a decrease in the total prevalence rate of Filipino smokers. As seen in this table, Table 1, from 2005, wherein the initial implementation of the price increase began, the prevalence of tobacco use had been in constant decline. From the average of around 31% smokers in the years prior to the sin tax law reform of 2012, the number dipped to 23.4% in 2019, an estimated 8% difference. This suggests that indeed implementing higher tobacco excise taxes has direct impact on the number of smokers in the country. Accordingly, it can also be comprehended that the government's revenue did not and will not get negatively affected by the decrease of tobacco consumers courtesy of the implementation of the higher tobacco excise taxes. Now, in the next graph, you would see cigarette tobacco smoking is currently being practiced by about 1.3 billion people in the world, according to the WHO in 2022. In the Philippines alone, there are 17 million smokers consistently recorded annually since 2000. There are two types, of course, of tobacco smoking observed in the market nowadays: the combustible tobacco smoking and the non-combustible tobacco smoking. But it is important to note that the data you are seeing in this figure is solely related to combustible tobacco smoking, since non-tobacco combustible smoking has so far reported injuries and health complications. As you can see in a comparative table, the death of smoking versus the EVALI. So we have from 2000 to 2019, we have 1,641,252 deaths related to smoking, and we only have one case related to e-cigarette or vaping use associated lung injury, or what we call EVALI in the ICD-10 CM coding. So for the next slide, if we would like to compare the deaths of external factors, smoking, EVALI, and top leading diseases in the Philippines, as you can see here, the graph shows among the death factors in the Philippines, smoking-related ones are still the highest average at 84,071.72 deaths annually. Other external factors caused 33,125 deaths. Last but one of the most important statistics to see is the average death caused by e-cigarette or vaping. In the Philippines, there is a lone case reported. It means it will only average at 0.05 annual death. For the conclusions, of course, the findings from the collated studies and documents are able to we are able to show that there are indeed significant and positive impact from related to the diminishing negative effects of tobacco smoking in the Philippines. Out of all initiatives, it can be said the most helpful would be the country's revenue. The most helpful would be the implementation of tobacco excise taxes. which also increased the country's revenue that will be allotted for other health benefits of the Filipino people. The increase in the government's revenue from tobacco excise taxes is expected to continually rise in the next years. The risk of dying as a result of smoking has been an upward trend, top leading diseases and evilly. The number of deaths recorded in its projection in the coming years is also constantly incline rather. Finally, there is still work needed to be able to significantly affect the overall mortality rate of tobacco smoking in the country, while there is no high level of concern in terms of injury and mortality that evilly could cause. For the recommendation, the Philippine government must continue on the implementation and improvement of tobacco excise taxes and to focus as well on the cigarette price factor, as this is where the country scored the lowest in tobacco scorecard study. It is also suggested to do a regular re-evaluation of the reforms in the inclusions of non-combustible smoking. Additionally, it is recommended to do a more in-depth assessment in the pros and cons of vapes and e-cigarettes in terms of its contribution as a low risk factor to the deaths and injuries related to tobacco use. I would like, of course, to acknowledge the PAC Asia Consultants Limited as our receiving support. And then for the full details of the study, you may visit the infographics or graphical information at the www.ppppacasia.com. Thank you very much and good day.
Thank you so much for a nice presentation. So next we have John Paul McBitang. He will present his paper entitled Evaluating the Impact of Financial Literacy and Awareness to Acceptance and Attitude Towards Cryptocurrency of Filipino Millennials Workforce in the City of Makati. Mr. John, are you ready? Okay, please welcome Mr. John, please. Will you present on Zoom? Okay.
Hello, good day to everyone. So allow me to introduce myself. I am Jan Paul Magbitang together with my co-researcher, Mr. Michael Caballero. So the title of our research is Evaluating the Impact of Financial Literacy and Awareness to Acceptance and Attitude Towards Cryptocurrency of Filipino Millennials Workforce in the City of Makati. So to begin with the presentation, I would like to give you a brief background on what cryptocurrency is. First, cryptocurrency is virtual or digital as it only exists electronically, and it works on exchanging transactions or information through computers and peer-to-peer network nodes across the globe. Second, it uses decentralized mode of exchanges. Unlike our traditional financial systems wherein the money in the circulation are backed up and governed by mediator or central issuing authority, cryptocurrency do not have central issuing authority or mediator such as Federal Reserves or banks. And it is made possible by what you call blockchain technology. So this blockchain technology serves as a global public ledger that record and facilitates all the cryptocurrency transactions that have ever occurred. In addition, every cryptocurrency has a unique mathematical key called cryptography to prevent counterfeiting of currency in the circulation. For the background of the study, or what makes cryptocurrency a very interesting subject to put on study, number one, according to Mikhail Lub, 2020, cryptocurrency is the future of modern globalization simply because it allows payment transactions and currency exchanges globally with minimal cost as long as you have an internet access. Although the first cryptocurrency, which is the Bitcoin, was only invented on 2009, as of February 2022, crypto wallet users reach over 81 million and significantly increasing day by day. An approximate of 18,000 companies adopted cryptocurrency as a mode of payment globally. For the statement of the problem, cryptocurrency has been blooming in the Philippines. In fact, according to coins.ph, the leading cryptocurrency platform in the Philippines, there are already 10 million Filipino users of cryptocurrency in the Philippines. But only few local merchants and businesses accept cryptocurrency as mode of payment. And no formal education yet for cryptocurrency study in the Philippines. And some of the cryptocurrency are penetrating the financial market and trading, such as Bitcoin and Axie Ethereum. So for the significance of the study, or the main beneficiary of this study, first are the educational institutions to assess the need for education system to include cryptocurrency study in their current curriculum. Second is the governments and policymakers also to assess the need for them to create new laws and regulations to at least regulate the cryptocurrency, the use of cryptocurrency. And also for the businesses, investors, consumers, currency exchange business and remittance companies, and of course, future researchers. So this study is anchored onto two theories: the theory of diffusion, innovation, and perceived risk theory. To better understand the connection of these theories to the study, so the theory of diffusion innovation describes how a new idea eventually gains momentum and spread among specific groups. Human adoption commonly begins with acknowledging the need for innovation, then decide if accept or reject the new idea or the innovations based on the identified advantages. For perceived risk theory, it emphasized the role of risk perception towards a new product in consumer decision to accept or to reject. The premise behind the theory is that adoption of innovative product entails some level of risk. Therefore, every action taken by the consumer is likely to have repercussions that he or she cannot predict the exact outcomes. So the theoretical framework that created for this study is on the screen. So here we can see that the acceptance and attitude towards cryptocurrency are motivated by the theory of diffusion of innovation and perceived risk theory. It demonstrates the connection between the two, wherein the benefits and risk perception are based on how individuals understand the global economic effects of cryptocurrency invention. So here are the hypotheses of the study. So this hypothesis will be further discussed on the conclusion. And here are the conceptual framework. Here we can see that the independent variables of the study is financial literacy and awareness. The dependent variables are acceptance of cryptocurrency and attitude towards cryptocurrency. And the mediating variable that explain the relationship between the independent and dependent variables is perceived benefits and risks. So for the methodology, so the study employed descriptive correlational design. It is appropriate for this study because it demonstrates or describes the current status of financial literacy and awareness to cryptocurrency, and also describe the effect to acceptance and attitude towards cryptocurrency. And we use the study used quantitative method. So the survey questionnaire was adapted to 2 previous studies by Gagarina, Nastik, Drobishova, and the study of Onea and Dornean. The study used purposive sampling technique since the subject of the study requires specific characteristic, which is the Filipino millennials working in the Makati City. The sample size calculated is 385 based on Rausop version 2004. And of course, we employed Cronbach's alpha to measure the reliability and internal consistency of the instrument used. For the data analysis, we employed SEM, or the structural equation modeling. Under this, we employed model fit measures, factor loading, and path analysis. So for the data gathering, first, for pilot test was employed to evaluate the reliability of the survey questionnaire, whereas 38 people not in the scope of the research answered the survey. In the result, 2 questions was removed after the pilot test. For the data gathering, in total, 425 respondents answered the survey questionnaire, and this survey questionnaire was disseminated via Google Forms and face-to-face survey to establishment within the city of Makati. So for the results, using path analysis, here in the screen, we can see that the financial literacy has a significant positive relationship for acceptability and risk and benefits, while negative significant relationship to attitude towards cryptocurrency. For the awareness has significant positive relationship to acceptability, attitude, and risk and benefits. Risk and benefits has significant positive relationship to acceptability, but no significant relationship to attitude. Lastly, acceptability has a positive significant relationship to attitude towards cryptocurrencies. For the results interpretation, number 1, financial literacy of Filipino millennials has a positive significant influence to acceptance on cryptocurrencies, but has a negative significant influence to attitude and risk and benefits perception on cryptocurrency. Hence, null hypothesis 1A, 1B, and 1C are rejected. Second, cryptocurrency awareness of Filipino millennials has positive significant influence to acceptance and attitude towards cryptocurrencies, but has a negative significant influence to risk and benefits perception. Hence, null hypothesis 2A, 2B, and 2C are rejected. Third, risk and benefits perception has a negative significant influence to acceptance on cryptocurrencies, but has no significant influence to attitude towards cryptocurrency. Hence, null hypothesis 3A is rejected, but null hypothesis 3B is accepted. Lastly, cryptocurrency acceptance has a positive significant influence to attitude towards cryptocurrency. Hence, null hypothesis 4A is rejected. For the conclusion, first, the acceptance level of Filipino millennials on cryptocurrency is quite high, but the attitude level is undesirable. Number 2, financial literacy and cryptocurrency awareness play a significant role that affects the decision to accept and adopt cryptocurrencies. Third, financial literacy has a positive correlation with the acceptance on the existence of cryptocurrencies. However, it cannot demonstrate the significant influence on the decision to finally adopt this new financial technology. Cryptocurrency awareness positively influences consumers' acceptance and attitude to adopt this new financial technology. For the recommendation, first, potential users, investors, and even governments should equip themselves with extensive knowledge about cryptocurrencies. Second, the study can be used by academic leaders and professors in the field of finance, economics, and accounting to evaluate the potential inclusion of cryptocurrency study in their respective curricula in formal education. to properly disseminate awareness on this phenomenon. Third, government bodies and policymakers should also evaluate and consider the possible extent of adapting this new technology to assess the need for establishing new laws and policies to regulate the use of cryptocurrencies. Lastly, government bodies, particularly in economics and finance, should take the necessary steps to strengthen the awareness and knowledge about the cryptocurrencies. And that's all for my presentation, and mabuhay ICMSS. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for excellent presentation. It is an interesting issue because the one who invests in cryptocurrency, so now is the price is going down, so it's terrible. So we are waiting for for the future. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, next I would like to invite Mr. Monson to present his paper entitled the Adoption of an Enterprise Management System Towards an Efficient Higher Education Institutions, HEI Process Architecture Using Document Accessibility and Responsiveness. Mr. Monson will present online. Are you ready?
Just, it's Dr. Monson. Can you just play her video?
Pardon?
Can you just play the video of Dr. Monson?
Okay, okay. Thank you. It's a video presentation, yes. Do you have it? Okay, wait a minute.
I think it's checking now.
Good day, everyone. I am Demilyn A. Monzon from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Quezon City branch. The title of my paper is The Adoption of an Enterprise
The video is not being shown.
Towards an Efficient Higher Education Institutions.
The screen is not being shared for the video. Thank you.
Process architecture using document accessibility. Good day, everyone. I am Demilyn A. Monzon from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Quezon City branch. The title of my paper is The Adoption of an Enterprise Management System Towards an Efficient Higher Education Institutions Process Architecture Using Document Accessibility and Responsiveness. The purpose of this study is to determine the current practices of selected local and state universities and colleges in the Philippines in the implementation of their document processes that includes requests, approval, tracking, and storage, together with the satisfaction of stakeholders in the accessibility and responsiveness of their request, which was used as foundation in the new business process design and development of an enterprise document management system as a result of this study. With the majority of the world under work-from-home status or stay-at-home orders wrapping the minds of many around the momentous changes happening every day is a challenge. higher education institutions, especially in the Philippines, are facing the perfect storm, and in order to survive, there is a need to redefine their business process and strategy and operations, which sometimes neglected by some administrators because they focused more on the curriculum, instruction, and other areas. But higher education institutions should take into account both short and long-term challenges. So what are these challenges? The limited face-to-face transactions, the work-from-home status, the slow processing of documents, the poor quality services, student complaints, wherein knowing the Gen Z nowadays, compliance to Republic Act number 11032, known as the Anti-Red Tape Act in the Philippines, wherein this Republic Act will improve the business operations of higher education institutions and the full compliance of the revised Citizens Charter. So these challenges suggest that higher education administrators will need to explore new technologies, business models, and strategies to comply the mandates and government high-quality student services to reach student populations and adopt digital tools and technologies to support their operations. As a solution, the researcher pursued this paper and come up with the development of application known as Enterprise Management System. The study was conducted in the National Capital Region, higher education institutions, state and local universities and colleges of the Philippines. These universities were chosen by the researcher as respondents because of their common procedures as mandated by the government for both local and nationally funded universities. For the problems, for the result, the following problems were addressed in this study. What is the level of the implementation of the HEI's business document process as perceived by the respondents in terms of request, approval, tracking, and storing? Is there a significant difference between local and state universities and colleges in the implementation of the business document process? What is the level of stakeholder satisfaction in the accessibility in processing the documents in terms of approachability, timeliness, location, and security, and the satisfaction in the responsiveness in processing the document in terms of willingness, timeliness, flexibility, and application of technology-driven tool in providing service. Another one is the significant relationship between the implementation of the business process of documents and student satisfaction with the accessibility and responsiveness in processing documents. And the last one, based on the result of the study, what enterprise document management system can be developed. A proposed system is developed with the end in view of improving the facilitation of the business process of documents known as ICMSS or Enterprise Document Management System. The researcher is able to identify an ideal business process using an automated enterprise document management system. It is salient features as specified in the paper that will help state and local universities and colleges in aggressively addressing challenging document processes concern. The figure here shows the stakeholders' request business process flow. The students' requests needing clearance, for example. So on the first column, we have the requestor. So those are the process that are needed. And then the system on the middle. So that's how the processing goes. And then the signatory on the third column. So those are the process flow for the signatory. The next one is the common document request by university personnel and other external entities. So the same, you have the requestor, the system, and the signatory. And for the solution architecture, the estimated complexity, thus the medium, and for the solution architecture assumptions, the build analysis and the high-level implementation timeline estimates. And for the solution architecture assumptions, okay, there are transactions that can be performed in this software, which will be shown or later on at the end of this presentation. So there will be a demonstration of the software developed. For the conclusions and recommendations, the findings are made the basis for drawing conclusions and implications. The state and local universities were similarly perceived by the respondents to have minimally implemented the business document process on request approval and tracking. This was significantly attributed to the level of satisfaction of the students, both in terms of accessibility and responsiveness to the document processes. This result could predict further improvement in the students' level of satisfaction through a process that will further upgrade the implementation. The first finding indicates that the implementation of the President of the Philippines directive is really executed in the document request, approval, and tracking. The rating given to both state and local universities and colleges is indicative of government schools complying with the implementing rules and regulations set by our government. There are instances, though, in the posting of procedures in state universities and colleges that was rated as moderately implemented. The researcher's assertion here is that not much attention is given to simplifying procedures so that students and other stakeholders are able to understand easily the steps required. The availability of signatories in the approval process in local universities and colleges got a moderately implemented rating. The recent situation now calls for online approval and even the years to come, since the Internet of Things is already in the digital era. The researcher's recommendation here is to use the ICMSS, the software developed, or an alternative automated system. Further, the business process should be revised in accordance with the technology being used. Since the second finding indicates that there is no significant difference in the perception of the students from state and local universities and colleges as far as the implementation of business document process is concerned, the researcher come to a conclusion that a uniform or standard document management system can be adopted by both. The researcher highly recommend CHED or the Commission on Higher Education to intervene to implement a uniform process. It can adopt the best practices of the electronic new government accounting system done by the Commission on Audit used by different government agencies in the Philippines. An accounting software developed by Commission on Audit to promote correctness, reliability, completeness, and timeliness in recording government financial transactions and to generate financial reports in accordance with the policies and procedures of the government. This is one of the best practices that can be implemented to maintain accessibility and responsiveness in processing documents. The perception of the students in the third finding on the four aspects of accessibility is quite surprising. This indicates that they are giving their full trust in the school. Among the four aspects, which are approachability, timeliness, location, and security, timeliness came last in the rank. The researcher concludes this because of the moderate rating of the approval in the first finding. To address the timeliness concern, it is recommended that a monitoring scheme be embedded in the system. The institution can even give a specific service level agreement to all units or individuals in the processing of documents. It is a critical component of any technology-driven system. Though the overall rating in the fourth findings indicates a highly satisfied group as far as responsiveness in processing document is concerned, the variation of the responses from the groups on the use of technology is one major concern of the researcher. The responses indicate that the state universities and colleges are better off in automated applications than the local universities and colleges. This can be viewed as local universities and colleges having limited automation resources since their budget is dependent on the allotted education budget of the municipality, unlike state universities and colleges which have a national budget allotted to operations and other projects. It is ironic that schools are offering IT programs, but their IT infrastructure is telling another story. Local universities and colleges may have a minimal budget, but investing in information technology has a lot of benefits. The researcher is recommending that the local government leaders revisit the IT infrastructure of the schools under their leadership to stay competitive, specifically in document processing. The fifth finding is a result of the existence of a relationship between the implementation of the business process of documents and the student's satisfaction with the accessibility of the document process. With the strong significant relationship between the implementation of the business process of documents satisfaction with the accessibility in processing the documents, the Anti-Red Tape Authority, or ARTA, is currently the implementing body of the Republic Act 11032, or the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act, should continuously monitor and evaluate the compliance of agencies covered by the Republic Act to avoid penalties and violations. The researcher concludes here that there exists a strong correlation between the implementation of the business process documents and student satisfaction with the responsiveness in processing the document on request, approval, and tracking. With a significant relationship between this, the responsiveness in processing the document as public servants, the following service pledge of ARTA should continuously embody all state and local universities and colleges, such as integrity, citizen centricity, promoting accountable, transparent governance, and innovation, believing that efficiency is a continuous and collaborative effort rather than end goal. Through a productive and sustainable system, we grow as a nation. These service pledges should be adopted by state and local universities and colleges to maintain the quality of service to all stakeholders. Thus, the researcher was able to identify an ideal business process using an automated enterprise document management system. It is salient features as specified in this paper that will help the state universities and colleges in aggressively addressing challenging document processes concerned on request, approval, and tracking. The researcher is recommending ICMSS as an alternative system for document management. As prescribed, the investment will only be on the network and hardware requirements. The researcher used free and open source software in its development. Furthermore, the system can be implemented using cloud computing. Simply put, cloud computing is the delivery of computing services, including servers, storage, databases, networking, software, analytics, and intelligence over the internet, referring to the cloud, to offer faster innovation, flexible resources, and economies of scale. Institutions typically pay only for cloud services use, for lower operating costs, for running infrastructure more efficiently, and for scale as the business needs change. The result of the study was an asset or a good quality for universities applying for international accreditation or any accreditation agency like the Accrediting Agency of Chartered Colleges and Universities in the Philippines.
Excuse me to
known as
interrupt the
AACO,
presentation because
for
we run out of the time. So every presenter will have only 10 minutes for presentation. So I would like to stop the video. Thank you so much, Dr. Monson. So if anyone would like to get the full presentation, so you can ask the organizer to get this video. Okay, thank you so much. So I would like to go to the next presenter. He will present his paper, Linkage Between Leadership, Preventive Management, and Business Continuity Management. Please welcome Mr. Sibnarong Kanchanawong Presan, please. Thank you. Only 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. I will make it shortly because we are run out of time of your lunch time. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to let me present my my research. Shall we on? Okay. In these times, I'll study with the cooperate with the 2 universities by 6 researchers. My professor, he's one of my researcher in my team. Let me come to, okay. Since 2019, the world has shocked with the virus named Corona. Since then, all the business sectors are collapsed, especially in the construction business. In Thailand also, the construction business have to shutting down, and some company can be a continuing business, but some company just run out and bankrupt in finally. The virus still expand from endemic to epidemic and pandemic in finally. The people, the entire world have to follow the government impose and measure. However, 1 year later, the human can found the vaccine and we can control them. We can decrease the infected people. But anyway, my team, we believe the virus is still with us, with you, with me, with other people, and with our social. No one knows when this happen again. We probably will found the COVID-23, COVID-24, or the other name. Then in this research, we focus on the construction industry because from our experience, most of the cluster in Bangkok and in Thailand, I think in the entire world, they start from the construction and the labor camp, especially in Bangkok. That's why we focus in that. And we study about the leadership of the site administrator that present to a preventive management. The site administrator, we focus to the preventive management and also the business, there will be effect to the business continuity management from this model. Okay. And this is our factor. We found the factor of the leadership and the preventive management, the business continuity as our the observed variable. Anyway, after that, we found some of the variable is negative. And then we do the confirmatory factor analysis again. And then we found follow the white one. Okay. The research methodology, the data collection, we study from January to June. And then the sample size were 265 construction administrators in Bangkok and the suburban. Okay, this sample, just ignore it because I need to make it shortly. Okay, this is our structural equation model. Then, okay, what we found, follow the statistic, and we found, I will make it shortly. The study, we found the leadership is the most influential factor affecting the business continuity management, which the consistent with the research result, the effect of business continuity management factors on organizational performance, a conceptual framework as by Baca and Jacob. And, oops, sorry. Okay, from our research, we found the site administrators need to pay more attention to preventive management properly. It has been suspended to manage the construction site and the labor camp to save from the disease in the future. We found that's effect, that's direct effect and effect, but some of the site administrator, they pay less the preventive management. That's our suggestion, because some diseases can happen again if they are not pay more attention for that. Okay, that is our research, and we will take this result of the research to publish and make them to make understand about the preventive management, and then we'll be direct to the business continuity. Sir, I want to make it shortly because we are run out of time of the lunch. Thank you. This is our reference.
Thank you so much for your very concise presentation.
Yes,
Thank you.
let's do it. Thank you.
And we have one more presenter in this morning session. So please welcome Gitong Liu to present his paper entitled "The Relationship Between the Proposal of Carbon Neutrality and the Performance of New Energy Stocks in China." Liu Gitong, are you online? Or you have video? A very short video. Okay. Okay, we have a short video for Liu Gitong from China. Enjoy the show.
Hello, I'm Lee. Today, my topic is the relationship between the proposal of carbon neutrality and the performance of new energy stock in China. Now, let me give you a brief introduction. As global warming becomes more and more serious, people pay more attention to environmental issues, and various ecological policies have been proposed one after another. So, new energy stocks have become more popular in recent years. And China is the largest energy consumer in all over the world and plays a vital role in Hello, I'm Lee. Today, my topic is the relationship between the proposal of carbon neutrality and the performance. Hello, I'm Lee. Today, my topic is the relationship between the proposal of carbon neutrality and the performance of new energy stock in China. Now, let me give you a brief introduction. As global warming becomes more and more serious, people pay more attention to environmental issues, and various ecological policies have been proposed one after another. So, new energy stocks have become more popular in recent years. And China is the largest energy consumer in all over the world and plays a vital role in transition to sustainable energy. The rapid development of China's new energy industry has accelerated the utilization of new energy. So, on September 22nd, 2020, Chinese President Xi Jinping proposed that China's goal of peaking carbon dioxide emission by 2030 and striving to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. So we can see that maybe there is a relationship between the new energy policies and new energy stock. And I also want to know that does different companies have different reactions and performances to the carbon neutrality policies? Here comes the definitions. Carbon neutrality is the that carbon dioxide generated in life and production is offset through energy saving and emission reduction, and then achieve relatively zero emissions. And the stock performance is the measurement of a stock ability to increase or decrease the wealth of its shareholders. And I also look for some literatures and found that some environmental regulation have a positive short-term impact on the entire group of renewable energy companies. And some scholars found that if firms invest in bad environmental attempts, economic performance will be negatively affected due to inefficiencies and unnecessary investment. Also, for different companies, larger organizations are more likely to have the necessary resources to control environmental entities that mediate key resources. And for non-ISOEs, they invested more in green and are more sensitive to environmental regulation than ISOEs. So I put forward three hypotheses. The first is the proposal of carbon neutrality has a positive influence on the performance of new energy stocks, and it has a more significant positive impact on large companies and non-SOEs. And my data is from SISMA, and the daily data is from 2020 January 1st to 2020 to September 22nd. There are 188 new energy stocks issued in China. I divided them into large and small companies, SOE and non-SOEs. Here are the variables. And for the method, I used the event study, and the new energy stock performance is measured to calculate and detect abnormal returns when a particular event occurs. And I chose the proposal date of the event date. It is September 22nd, 2020. And the estimate event window is from -200 to 200. And the event window is from -20 to 20. So I use two models, CAPM model and Farmer Friends three-factor model. These are the equations. And in order to test the accuracy and reliability, I also use t-test. This is a descriptive statistics. And this is a figure that the course of the event. We can see that although the sun is fluctuate, the trend is increasing. And these are the two tables of all companies. The left is a market model and the right is Farmer French model. We can see that all of these two tables curves are positive, and the t-values are all greater than 2.576. So the event is positively impacted and the impact is really significant. These are two tables of the large and small companies. We can see that the large companies' curves are almost positive and they are almost greater than 2.576. But for the small companies, some of the curves are negative and the t-values are less than 1.96. So we can see that the impact in large companies is more positive and more significant. And these are the two tables, cars of SOE and non-SOE companies. We can see that the cars of non-SOEs are almost positive, so the impact is really positive, and for the t-values they are almost larger than 1.96. So the impact is really significant. For SOE, there are some cars that are negative and the t-values are less than 1.96, so it is less positive and significant. So we can see that the proposal of carbon neutrality has a positive influence on the performance of new energy stocks, and it has a more significant positive impact on large companies and non-SOEs. And for the limitation, I only use China's new energy stocks and the sample size is small. Maybe in the future, I will add some other companies and other industries. And because we are living in the pandemic period, so maybe this is also a factor to influence the stock performance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So we finished our first technical session. So I would like to give this microphone to Dr. Solina for any comments or statement, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A very good moderator indeed. Let's give him an applause for doing his job very well. Okay, good afternoon. It's already lunch break, but before we go to our break, I would like to extend my congratulations to every one of you who presented your paper. I commend your effort in delivering the results. I am very impressed by how you did the triangularization of all the results backed up by references and data and substantial information to be able to really reveal the real results. And I just hope that you will be able to extend further what you have recommended based on the results of your respective studies. Our purpose in delivering and sharing the results of our research studies is for our respective institutions and countries in a bigger picture, for us to help improve maybe the living condition of our fellow citizens. No? We have papers from Indonesia, China, Japan. Of course, obviously, we are dominated by the Philippine delegation in this conference, but I am certain that your purpose of coming up with your studies is for you to help your institutions improve the curriculum for the academic institutions, improve the communities for those with social sciences studies, and improve as well the management leadership, as in your paper, the system in your institutions and organizations. And I am really appreciative of how you come up with your studies. You will go a long way in being able to, make some difference in the way things are being done in our respective organizations. And thank you so much. Very good results and very good presentations. And keep doing researches, because that's the only way we can help our colleagues in our respective institutions, of course, in the in the macro level, our country in general, right? So let's continue on. Thank you so much. As a session chair, that's my role, giving you my best remarks for doing your best in this particular occasion. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Professor. And also we have a small token for you. Oh, yes.
Still have a work this afternoon, I guess. All right, thank you. Wow, beautiful. Yeah. Thank you so much. So thank you for our virtual participants.
Yes, also thank you, right, for people online. Thank you so much, Professor. We give you first because in the afternoon you have to work hard. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, both online and offline, we will take a break for lunch. So we will start the afternoon session at 1:30 local time, Bangkok time. Okay. For the people at this conference, we have a lunch at Krua Luang, right?
Dear colleagues, hello, I'm here. I may present my report online.
During session, each presenter we have 10 minute sharp for presentation. So we will start with before we start the presentation, I would like to invite our keynote speaker for the afternoon session. So Dr. Yelena Prokhorova, she is an associate professor and deputy head of management department, Kiev National Economic University, Ukraine. She is also the member of the Faculty of Management Council, member of the University Scientific and Methodological Council. She is a lecturer on business strategy, change management, and strategic management at the bachelor, MBA, and master, as well as PhD levels. She developed a distance course, strategic management, for the master students in Ukrainian. Also scientific interest, managing the process of strategy implementation, organizational culture development. She also participated in consulting projects to improve the efficiency of enterprises, transferring them to self-sufficiency. For strategic session for the companies, also prepare methodological recommendations and held the training for the top government managers on strategic management in the state authority at the School of the Senior Civil Service Corps of the National Agency of Ukraine for Civil Service. She also amid International Impact Factor Journal, honorable international editor, honorary member of the honorable editorial board of the IJBST Journal Group, and also Journal of Studies in Social Science and Humanities, JSSSH, associate editor. So Dr. Yelena Prokhorova, she will give speech on the topic strategic entrepreneurship model development. So are you ready?
Yes, of course.
Yes, the floor is yours, doctor.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Dear colleagues, conference participants, warmest greetings from Ukraine, from Kiev National Economic University. It's honor to me to take part in this conference. Thank you very much for the organizational committee and Priyanka for the invitation. So let me share my screen. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen already.
Yes, thank you. The colleagues, conference participants, the warmest greetings from Ukraine. Could you please stop my record in this conference? And I'm grateful to the organizational committee. I recorded, I'm sorry, I recorded my speech before because it is war in Ukraine and we have problems with internet and electricity and mobile connection, but just now I have electricity and I may present myself. The topic is strategic entrepreneurship model development. First of all, I want to briefly introduce my university and then about strategic entrepreneurship model development. I'm working at Kyiv National Economic University. It is a leading university on economic education in Ukraine. We have 7 faculties and 3 institutes at all spheres of economics and management, taxation, accounting, finance, informational technologies in economics, and so on. And now about strategic entrepreneurship model development. We are interested in this concept, and we have a program for PhD students on strategic entrepreneurship. This concept is relatively young, from the beginning of the 20th century, and it includes 2 main assumptions. If it is about entrepreneurship, as usual, entrepreneurs look for opportunities and use and demonstrate entrepreneurial behavior. From another point of view, as strategic entrepreneurs, they have to gain competitive advantage, long-term sustainable competitive advantage. The task of our research is to study existing strategic entrepreneurship models and develop strategic entrepreneurship model, which is based on the stages of strategic management process. First of all, we compared what is the difference between entrepreneurship and strategic entrepreneurship at each stage of strategic management process. They are very similar. What are the main differences? When entrepreneurs make external analysis, first of all, they are seeking opportunities, but during the process of strategic entrepreneurship, they are also seeking for opportunities, but also they are focusing on seeking competitive advantages. And at the stage of strategic choice, entrepreneurs, first of all, use creativity and innovation, but strategic entrepreneurs have to achieve stable competitive advantage. And at the stage of strategy implementation, entrepreneurs use resource management. At the same time, strategic entrepreneurs use strategic resource management. The first model of strategic entrepreneurship was developed by Ireland and colleagues at the year 2003. What is the main idea? Strategic entrepreneurs has to use entrepreneurial mindset, culture, and leadership, use strategic resource management, creativity, and innovation in order to achieve stable, long-term competitive advantage and, of course, wealth creation. The next model of strategic entrepreneurship was developed by Kirgudu and Hughes, and they named this model practical strategic entrepreneurship model. As you see, the core of this model is the same, which was developed by the previous authors, but they added learning, explorative and exploitative learning to this strategic entrepreneurship model. The next strategic entrepreneurship model, which is inputs, processes, outputs model, was developed in the year 2012. And you see the core is the same, but authors divided this model into three parts: inputs, which are environmental factors, and different types of resources. Then the process is resource orchestration, and after creating value for customers and competitive advantage, the outputs are wealth and benefits for society, organizational and individual benefits. We decided to analyze what strategic entrepreneurship actions are doing at each stage of strategic management process. You see that at each stage of strategic management process, we have to use both entrepreneurial attitude and strategic management attitude when we looking for opportunities, advantages, when we use innovations and opportunities. And finally, where at the stage of strategy implementation, it is use of entrepreneurial culture, leadership, strategic resource management, innovations, and of course, added value for organization and society. And based on these strategic management process stages, we developed and proposed our strategic entrepreneurship model, which we show as stages of strategic management process. You see that arrows are going from the first to the final stage and vice versa. Why is it so? When we develop strategic management process for the first time, we go step by step from the first stage to the final. But when we make strategic control and we look that something is wrong, we have to return to the previous stage. Maybe it is something wrong at the stage of strategy implementation. If it is all okay, we have to return to the previous stage, strategic choice, and previous. So we see that this model is circled. All stages are interconnected and interdependent. It's briefly all about our proposal. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much. We worry about the situation in your country, and I hope that the war will end very soon. So please stay safe. We support your country. Thank you so much for your nice presentation. Thank you. So next, I would like to go to the first presenter of the second technical session. Is online presentation by Busaki Winano. He will talk about adoption of biodiesel as a sustainable energy approach, a systematic literature review. So it's a Basuki Winano. Is this a video or is video, right? Okay, could you wait a minute, please? So how long is the video? 9 minutes, okay, it's on time. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm Basuki Winarno from ICMSS Surabaya, Indonesia. This time, I would like to present my research with the title Adoption of Biodiesel as a Sustainable Energy Approach, a Systematic Literature Review. New paradigm to energy resources within the commitment from the country around the world. They conclude in the 3 point, the 3 important point, which is the number 1 is limit the average global temperature increases to less than 2 degrees centigrade and achieve the net zero emission by mid-century. And the number 2 is enhance resilience and adaptation to climate impacts certain to occur. And number 3 is low financial flow in the world hit this objective. So the country around the world then implement the renewable energy such as geothermal, hydro energy, and the biomass energy, solar energy, and wind energy. Indonesia is the member of the Paris Climate Agreement. They committed to project their energy mix in 2050 within the hydropower, geothermal, bioenergy, rooftop solar power voltaics, and utility scale solar photovoltaics. At least bioenergy will be reached 0.3% in 2050. This is the hard commitment, Julie. The development of biodiesel generation until now reaching the third generation. But in this time, I would like to present the first generation and concentrate on first generation, which is the feedstock is from the wheat product, sunflower, and soybean and fat. Conversion process is transesterification, and carbon balance will be the positive impact. So the palm oil, soybeans will be manufactured within the alkali acid. The scientists call it the transesterification, then deliver it to the refineries to combine, to blend it with the fossil fuel, then a certain ratio, for example, 10%, 20%, and 30%, which deliver the biodiesel product. Biodiesel product actually mostly utilized for the transportation sector and also industrial sector. So we can conclude that the biodiesel actually a biodegradable energy source of animal fats and plant oil. The characteristic is cleaner than diesel and carbon dioxide emission reducing about 78% from adopted thought. Unfortunately, shortcoming the implementation of biodiesel also having the impact to the higher food prices, and then improper planning will deforestation issue and having negative impact with displaced small farmer and people. So the biodiesel life cycle and environment fact that the science and technology is not fully dependent on science literacy. Also, people would write the concept of risk and benefit and trust in various social institutions. For example, scientists, industry, and government will motivate the implementation of biodiesel within the perceiving benefit and also risk tolerate in the attitudes to biodiesel. So the question in this research is, what variable influence the growth of biodiesel use, and how this consideration affect the transition to sustainable use of renewable energy in biodiesel industry? The method I have used is such a criteria publication within the database from the Science Direct and Crossweb, and also from the other webs within the specific keyword using application technology, and then the adoption model, stakeholder engagement, adoption technology, critical factors, and biodiesel itself. The period is around 22 years from 2000 until 2022 within the document from the article, papers, conference, proceeding, the English language. So we got the 2,422 papers from Science Direct. We collected into the four big major for resilience and sustainability, environmental and policy, the circular economy and green product, and the others is barriers and bioproduct. And from the cross-rec, we got the technology adoption, production and development, sustainable aspect, and success and reward. This resulted in 2,470 papers. And then we conclude in the BOS viewer, and at the time we perform the bibliometrics within the cluster critical paper related to biodiesel and sustainability, correlation and relation of publication itself, and most cited publication by the author. The results coming from Science Direct actually as a table one, and then we perform the bibliometric within a BOS viewer. At the time, we got the map overview visualization within the red color, white and blue, which is red color is most and subject performed during the 2022, and also the map overlying density, which is indicate that renewable energy is the most subject published and explore for the publishing. This is from the Science Direct, and from the Crossref, almost the same. During the bibliometrics within the BOS viewer, we got the map overview like this, which is the biodiesel and the product within the red dot, a big red dot is the mostly subject of publishing highly impacted to the publication. And also from the map of underlying, we saw that the biodiesel palm oil adoption technology is mostly paper during the 22 years. The conclusion and future research, we got three important things that the stakeholder to sustainable is the important thing, which is the country has prioritized policies that promote, finance, and mitigate societal concern in order to hasten the adoption of biodiesel. And then the perspective of stakeholder is the important thing toward the biodiesel product itself. Meanwhile, is the one of reason impeding the development of biodiesel. The number two, imbalance food and fuel, which is the big issue. And then viability, financial affordability, and environmental and social responsibility to pursue the sustainable biodiesel. Of course, the government agency must efficiently handle authorization from the government for the use of land, such as oil palm plantation, so that it contributes to the biodiesel and food program in balanced way. The number three is a quality to sustainable energy itself, which is difficulties in biodiesel product quality, which will have an effect on economic and procedure and expenses. Then support from the government in setting standards that are standardized and integrated with international bodies or agencies to certify biodiesel products. So we recommend research for the future research, a deeper investigation into the function of regulator and the active participation of ecosystem stakeholders is still necessary to promote the use of new and renewable energy effectively and efficiently in the appropriate sector. Then it's not guaranteed that a top-down model policy and a mandatory policy approach will result in an influence that is instantly apparent as the success of renewable energy program. This is the last of our presentation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Stay safe, stay healthy, and see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very nice video presentation from Vinano. And next, I would like to invite Professor Sixto Ras from the Philippines to present his paper entitled Financial Literacy and Financial Well-being of Pantawid Young Filipino Programs members during pandemic COVID-19 in selected areas of Imus, Cavite. Okay, Professor Ras, please.
Hello. Okay. I'm okay here. Okay, so good afternoon, my colleagues here, as well as, of course, our dear friends in the online. Okay, so my presentation is a study, of course, related earlier discussed by Dr. Lian Ocampo. It's about the 4-piece program or the Pantawid Pamilya program, Filipino program of the Philippines, of course, spearheaded by the DSWD. And of course, this study really focused on the financial literacy of its members as well as the financial well-being. And of course, with this study, I also have Dr. Solina as the co-authors, as well as, of course, Mr. Berkal, Bontok, and Layo. Okay, so in today's society, financial literacy has a huge impact in our daily lives, and it is ability to understand finance to be able to manage money properly and effectively. So Houston of 2010 defines financial literacy as a measure of how well an individual can understand and use personal financial related information. And Abdullah and Chong of 2014 just stated that it is defined as the ability to make effective decisions regarding the use of management of money, other assets. Financial literacy is the key driver to increase the financial well-being. So based on the study of Abdullah and Chong, financial literacy is really related to financial well-being. And for the Can it move the slide? Anyways. I think I have a problem here.
It's hang?
Yeah. Yeah, that's one. Okay, yeah. Yes, okay. So thank you, sir. Okay, for the financial well-being as defined by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, it is a term for financial security and financial freedom of choices in the present and the future. And the financial well-being is stated when individuals have properly managing their finances and have the capacity to meet the current ongoing financial obligations to be able to make choices to fully meet financial goals. And according to the latest financial literacy statistics, that 33% of adults worldwide are financially literate, and it means that around 2.5 billion adults are lack of understanding in financial concept. Also, with the study of World Bank in 2015, Philippines has financial literacy problem that 3 out of 7 financially literacy-related questions could only be answered correctly by Filipino adults. So there's definitely a gap, no, for this one. So in the Philippines, this pandemic crisis has a huge impact on the livelihood of the Filipinos, especially the poorest and the most vulnerable families. So during this pandemic, there are 2 million workers lost their jobs because many Filipinos are forced to stay at home. So they cannot work. So Philippine government has initiated the cash assistance program or the social amelioration program, which prioritize the targeted households with low-income families and members. Of course, the Pantawid Pamilya program, or also known as the 4Ps. According to the DSWD, or the Department of Social Welfare and Development, there are around 1.3 million of 4Ps beneficiaries received an emergency cash subsidy during the enhanced community quarantine. So the researcher, this research really analyzes and investigate how well equipped today's 4Ps members to make complex financial decisions during the COVID-19 crisis. So specifically, it focused on the financial literacy and the financial well-being as the two variables, and maybe we can prove its connection to each other.
Okay, the problems of the study includes the demographic profile of the members of the 4Ps, such as age, sex, educational attainment, and of course, number of beneficiaries, as well as, of course, it will know the level of financial literacy of the 4Ps members, as well as the level of financial well-being of the 4Ps members, and to know if there's really a significant relationship between the financial literacy and financial well-being of Pantawid Pamilya programs, especially, of course, during pandemic. Okay, so of course, as you can see, based on the conceptual framework, we're just going to identify if there's really a relationship between financial literacy and the financial well-being. Okay, so the research methodology of the study, of course, we use quantitative methods that's systematically measure and explain the data gathered, and as well as also the descriptive correlational research, which is utilized to describe, determine the financial literacy and the financial well-being of the Pantawid Pamilya program or 4Ps members during the pandemic. So descriptive correlational regards to describing the variables and the relationship that occur naturally among them. So the researchers use primary and secondary data to determine the demographic profile, the financial literacy and financial well-being. And of course, we use the survey questionnaire. For the secondary data, we gathered through different sites. Okay, so articles, previous researches of the different people. Okay, so the participants of the study are, of course, the parent members. Okay, and the proposed sampling was used to determine the financial literacy and the well-being of the 4Ps members. So we gathered 100 participants, came from Imus Cavite, which is really close to the Metro Manila, which is the capital, or Manila is the capital of the Philippines. It's just maybe about 20 minutes away. So to measure the variable, of course, we use instrument such as the new financial literacy questionnaire made by Stella Filotto and Sir Belati of 2019. And also on this instrument, we measure the knowledge, skills, and attitude of the members. So regarding the skills, they introduced set of items where knowledge used to propose the National Financial Capability Studies also in 2009. And also for the financial well-being, we use the CFCB Financial Well-being Scale of Consumer Financial Protective Bureau. This is the tool to develop and test the to ensure accurate comprehensions of questions. Okay, so of course, for the descriptive and to investigate the data gathered, we use, of course, the frequency, mean, standard deviation, and the person correlation coefficient. Okay, so this is the highlights of the study. Based on the age, 29 to 39 years old are mostly the respondents or the family members. In which it also a study, according to Agarwal or the scroll, in 2009, older adults control more financial resources than people in 20s. So this is just really close to the study that we have. As the population age continues to increase dramatically, with projected 17% of the world's population age 65 and over to 2050. So based on Losarde and Mitchell in 2011, financial literacy increases with age but decline in old age. Okay, for the respondents in terms of the sex, of course, participants are female. Okay, mostly are female. So gender has really a significant variable that affects the level of individuality, such as, of course, for the financial literacy. This according to Hira and Mugenda in 2000. And of course, Cavano stated that in a survey, female are easy to in this male.
Okay, so for the educational attainment, of course, mostly respondents or members of Pantawid Pamilya program are high school, at least have reached high school level. And hello, okay, it's there. Those who went to college were financially knowledgeable, even after controlling other demographic characteristics, time, preference, and of course, parent education. And then for the beneficiaries, mostly the members are hello. Okay. 3 to 4 members. Okay, with 36 and 32 for 1 to 2. So basically, mostly members from 1 to 4 are common family members of hello. Yeah. Maybe slow battery. Hello. Okay, so let's continue. For the study of Servon and Kengster in 2008, explained that those having a child are less likely to show financial literacy levels than those with 2 or 3 children, which it really agrees based on our study. And furthermore, those families with dependent family members were more prone to show low financial literacy levels. That's based on Motola's study on 2013. The explanation for this result is that individuals with high financial literacy are more concerned about family planning, and those individuals with low financial literacy levels are less concerned about family planning. Okay, for the literacy level, of course, low to average. Low to average is the result. When it comes to level of financial well-being, it's just about an average, no, or low. Definitely, they have this low level of um, result. Okay, so based on the study, so let's proceed with the conclusion that majority of the participants on selected areas are definitely female, and the study revealed that Pantawid Pamilya program members have an average to high level of literacy, and when it comes to handling their finances, even during this time of pandemic, it shows that they are part of the indigent families and they have confident and better understanding of handling personal finances. However, they still experiencing difficulties and managing it. So on the other hand, their financial well-being was classified as low level. So this explained that during COVID-19 pandemic, 4Ps members are not ready to fulfill all their commitments and needs, and they don't feel that they are financially secured this time of crisis. So the result shows that there is no significant relationship between between the financial literacy and financial well-being of Pantawid Pamilya program, as of course studied by different individuals before, that it has a correlation. But in our study, there's no significant relationship. Maybe because of majorities of 4Ps members have low educational attainment. And of course, we found evidences that poor education is the main causes of fewer jobs. And since this is pandemic, so that's maybe really the reason why the study pertains to or having its own correlational relationship. Okay, so the impact of, and of course, the recommendation of the study would be for the local government to create programs and job opportunities for 4Ps beneficiaries. And of course, this is to reduce suffering, and they will be able to themselves out of poverty, which is definitely the best result of the study. And then they should encourage them to participate in the established program of the technical education, which is managing your personal finances. And of course, this is related to the recommendations to the 4Ps members, which is of course to have their additional income they must have this capacity to meet their daily needs, to be able to cope up with larger and expected expenses. And of course, this study is really for the academe also in terms of the extension programs, which is also, of course, extended to the 4Ps to have a more intensive program on the financial literacy and financial well-being, especially for its extension partners such as this DSWD and the barangays in Imo City, Cavite. Okay, so that would be all. Thank you very much. And thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. So I would like to move to the next presenter. She will present her paper entitled Creating Positive Actions Among Youth on the Issue of the West Philippine Sea. So this is a clip video, right? So please welcome Molares. So could you please wait a minute? Creating positive actions among youth on the issues of the West Philippine Sea. So will be the video presentation, right? Okay, from Molares.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Associate Professor Shel Sharima R. Morales from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Together with my co-author, I will be presenting our research titled Creating Positive Actions Among Youth on the Issue of the West Philippine Sea. So for the abstract of the study, you can see on the screen. So this is actually a second phase of the study. There was a prior study prior to this research article. So for the introduction, in 2016, the United Nations Arbitral Tribunal ruled that the Philippines possesses exclusive sovereign rights over the West Philippine Sea, a permanent court of arbitration in 2016 from the Permanent Court of Arbitration in 2016. As progress in the disputed islands has been made through increased marine activity, the Philippine government, under its new leadership, has had a number of bilateral meetings with other surrounding claimant countries to discuss geopolitical realities in the region. Of course, former President Benigno S. Aquino marked the late president marked the West Philippine Sea in 2012 by the virtue of Administrative Order Number 29, Series of 2012, as the maritime area on the western side of the Philippine archipelago, which of course includes the Luzon Sea, as well as the adjacent water around, within, and the adjacent to the Kalayaan Island Group and Bajo de Masinloc, or the Scarborough Shore. That was from the Department of Foreign Affairs in 2012. Though the assertion of our rights, the Philippines' right over the West Philippine Sea, is a matter of state concern, the role of the Filipino citizens, especially our youth, as future stewards in nation building and peace process is inevitable in spreading awareness and civic consciousness on the adverse effect of not giving national importance in today's some pressing concern. Among others is, of course, the perspective of the marine environment and marine resources that was stated by Alcala in 2016. And the second one is the other claimants' action on reclaiming the islands and allegedly constructing buildings which have great impact on the national security and economic survival of the country, from Pitlo III in 2013, and of course in the coming years. The study goal: as a researcher, we believe that sharing positive and collective stories about actions taken by young people to raise awareness and civic consciousness about the current conditions of the West Philippine Sea, as well as helping to promote the existence of the national agencies with specific mandates, will enlighten and motivate the rest of the youth population to participate and collaborate actively in community engagements where the role of young people is critical, as well as encourage the establishment of national agencies with specific mandates that will enlighten as well the rest of the youth population. For the methods, the study used participatory action research, which is a subset of a qualitative research that is worth investigating and appreciating. PAR is conducted with the intent of taking action and implementing change, with emphasis is on gaining understanding of how individuals truly feel a certain problem or issue, with the goal of taking immediate action and bringing out change. PAR is carried out with the emphasis being on acquiring an understanding on how persons generally feel about particular situation or issues. And to provide more answer with this pressing problem, we also use appreciative inquiry. So for the results and discussion, after all the procedures of appreciative inquiry have been done, we come up with 4 themes. The first one is support action, protection of the marine environment and marine life, peace and conflict resolution advocacy, social awareness, and people's initiative. So these are the 4 themes that was generated out of the forest that was conducted in the using the with the youth participation. So I'll be discussing one by one briefly the 4 themes that were generated. So for the first theme generated, it was support to action. The youth mentioned and defined that support action means the act of service and organizing in community is a quick action point among youth and actualizes service learning. There were action taken or point action taken, such as join organization in helping the West Philippine Sea, conduct meetings, consultations involving youth in the community, conduct seminars, discussions regarding West Philippine Sea, which is of course one big example or step is doing it in the academy or in the university. Then the last one is actively participate in programs concerning the West Philippine Sea. For the next theme that were generated was the protection of the marine environment and marine life. So the youth knows the promotion of sustainable utilization and conservation of marine environment and its resources of the West Philippine Sea. 2 action points were done or were rather identified by our respondents, which are action point to be forwarded to partners and stakeholders. That is to strengthen the marine security to ensure equal economic productivity in the region. And the second one is providing strategies to negotiate and diplomatically engage on other claimants' surface may be useful inputs to the Department of National Defense, Armed Forces of the Philippines, civil military operations. The next theme was peace and conflict resolution advocacy, promotion of equal observance of people's rights within the community in the West Philippine Sea, and maximizing the social media and citizens' charter. Action taken with strategic approaches to policies regarding the West Philippine Sea. Also, it was made clear to all participants that the Philippines has limited defense capabilities, making the commitment to peacefully resolve the conflict essential not only for the protection of those islands, but also for the security of the people who live on them. Therefore, the considerations have been forwarded to the Department of National Defense and the House of Representatives for consideration and possible action. So for the last theme that was generated is the social awareness and people's initiative, promotion of equal observance of people's rights within the community in the West Philippine Sea. It's just youth said they can create a website that will help spread information on the West Philippine Sea, post facts on social networking sites and government websites, share news on West Philippine Sea through social media sites, increase awareness by reading and sharing information on the West Philippine Sea. And of course, the last resort, since they have mentioned, they acknowledge the limited defense capability of the Philippines. In the end, they would say they have to uplift the moral and spiritual support through prayers and vigils. So for the conclusion, youth and government can and should work cooperatively on the West Philippine Sea issues. Youth, as our future, must be informed and consulted for them to be as participative as possible, and their perspective on prospective national initiatives such as the West Philippine Sea should be appreciated. Appreciative facilitation is a useful tool to mine the youth's innovativeness and well-being and understanding community cohesion with the rest of the members of the world they live in. For the recommendation, the Philippine government must be aware that there are youths who are selflessly willing to devote and volunteer their time and efforts to help the government address issues of national concerns on a youth level. It is noteworthy to mind that our youth and community leaders look up to the government in the protection, preservation, and promotion of sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea. Engaging youth in the national issues not only makes them productive and responsive citizens, but also advocates for peaceful and cordial ties with neighboring countries in the disputed islands and potential future leaders at the national and local government position. Again, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Molares, for your presentation. Thank you so much. So next, I think he's not in this room, Muhammad Ashraful Mobin. No. So I would like to move to the fifth presenter, Bernardo Pangilinan from the Philippines. Are you online or video? Oh. Oh, oh, you will skip, right? Okay, let's go to the sixth presenter. I would like to invite Gao Huanji from China to present the paper entitled The Impact of Environmental, Social, and Governance Implementation on Company Mergers and Acquisitions in China. So it's video clip, right? Okay, wait a minute, please.
Hello everyone, this is Huanji Gao, and today's the first time. Really sorry about I just can't attend the conference by this way. Yeah, I'm in China right now, and we suffered the COVID-19 again, and unfortunately I got a high fever and COVID-19 here recent days, and I felt really bad. So. So I'm very sorry if something not clearly in the video. Maybe I will try my best to explain this clear. Okay, and please ignore my cough and nasal here. I'm sorry. Okay, let's focus on our research and paper. Okay, and this is my research shows in this conference. The title is the impact of ESG rating on M&A transactions of Chinese firms. I changed a little bit the titles, but it's not a big deal, I think. Okay. Okay. This is first is introduction. M&A is important and a big events recent years in China, and the numbers and the skills increased a lot also in Chinese markets. So, and the ESG rating actually is the really famous the report and rating recent years in the whole world companies, and is used to evaluate the corporation social responsibility recent years. So we consider that maybe there are some links between the ESG and the M&A, and we got our problems definitions here. Do the ESG ratings affect corporate M&A transactions, and how the ESG rating affect corporate M&A transactions? Okay. And this is literature review part. I shows the 4 literature recent years here. You can see some research shows the consider the M&A will be affected by the ESG rating performance of the firms on the market, the capitalizations part here of the firms. And some research also shows that ESG scores will take the deal for the successful rates or in the M&A transactions. So based on this literatures, we suppose the 3 hypotheses here. First one is about the successful rating, the probability. We consider the ESG rating high or low will affect the successful rate here. And the second one is the target companies. The target companies shows the if the ESG rating were higher of the target companies, the more companies will try use the higher the price to buy the these target companies. Just we use the price premium rate to research about that. And the last hypothesis shows about the acquired companies part, and we want to focus on the long-term financial performance because we know that before and after the M&A, the financial performance will change, and we want to find the link between the change between in the long-term financial performance of the companies between the ESG and the performance. Okay. Data part. In data part, we select our data from the CS Mars database and Wando database. The period is from the 2015 to 2019 here. And we also select all the 5 years the M&A transactions in CSI 300 index here, and because we need to make sure that all the companies will have the ESG report. Okay. In the variables part, the main variables is focused on the ESG rating, of course, and the M&A premium rate and the topping Q. This is the 3 main variables. And our model. The first thing is we use the hypothesis. We use the probit model for hypothesis 1. And the hypothesis 2 and 3, we use the linear regression models here, and you can see that. This table 1 shows the descriptive statistics. First, because we changed 2 part to research. First is the acquire, and the next is the target part. This panel A shows the sum of them. The panel B and panel C shows the different ways for hypothesis 2 and 3, the different part of the sample. And table 2 shows the correlation t-test. The t-test for probit models, we can see that there are main different here. We try to do t-test and found it's not significant with the target with the ESG, but it is significant with the acquire with the ESG. And in the paper, we found the result because the acquire in their M&A transaction, the ESG will actually more evidence to prove that the ESG rating will affect their successful rate here. And the correlation table shows the main results. There are significant and positive correlation between the main variables for hypothesis 2 and 3. Okay. And this is our main regression models. First, for the probit models, the synthesis happened is only significant for the acquire with ESG, not for target. Okay, the same result. And in the panel A and panel B, it showed a significant result of our hypothesis 2 and 3. We can suppose that the ESG performance will influence the M&A premium rate and the delta topping Q. Okay. In the robustness checks, first for the hypothesis 1, we use the linear probability models to get a totally same the result here. It's only significant for the acquired part. And for the hypothesis 2, we use the Hickman-Houston method to test the endogenous problem here. We don't find enough the evidence to show there are some endogenous problems here, but it's still significant, and we want to know that the ESG actually really affect the M&A premium rate. For the hypothesis 3, because in the hypothesis 3 we use the delta value here just being the change value. So we select the 1 year after the COVID this data. We select this data to become the sub-period data and do the regression model again, and we found the result. The ESG performance pre the COVID shows there are enough evidence to have the positive influence for their topping Q of these companies. But after the COVID, the correlation between become the negative. That shows actually the COVID is a huge and important part of our research to influence the whole Chinese M&A market here, and let the correlation become the negative. Okay, and do our conclusion here. We get our result that the ESG really important for these companies in their M&A transactions. So we hope that the companies, not even in China, will more focus on their M&A investments before investments. They were more focused on their ESG performance and the ESG rating. It's important things to improve their M&A transactions performance here, right? And the ESG performance relationship between their M&A successful rate, the premium rate, and topping Q's, the relation we shows there, the 3 different equation here. Okay. And that's all of my research and paper. Really thanks for everyone's listening. But I need to sorry again because to make apologies because I just can't attend this conference use this way. Okay. I'm being quarantined right now, so I cannot attend face to face here. I hope this video explained all the things clear. If not, you can contact me with the email, okay? And during the cover period, the conference, the official helped me a lot and give me a lot of support. And thank you and thanks for the conference. Okay, conference official. Okay, that's all. Thank you everyone listening, and have a good day. Thank you everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's very nice presentation, and I hope that he will get well very soon. Okay, next, I would like to invite Teresita Salazar. She will give a presentation on the video clip. She will talk about the impact of, the extent of stakeholders' engagement in community extension program of Cameroon's Sur Polytechnic colleges. Online or clip? Salazar, are you online? Number 7. Oh, she's online, but not connect yet. Right? Okay, Salazar, are you online? Okay, maybe I skip to the next presenter. How Wen Chu. This is a video clip presentation about the impact of carbon emissions trading on stock performance of listed companies in mining industry, empirical evidence from China. Okay, is the video ready? Oh, next one, right? Okay, sorry. The next one would be Harold Terrano. It's a video clip about preliminary survey of the potential sites for hydropower plant development in the 5th district of Camarines, Philippines. Yep.
Good day to everyone. Allow me to present the study titled Potential Sites of Hydropower Plants in Selected Areas in Rinconada. For the introduction, energy is often known as the catalyst of socio-economic development as per capita energy consumption. Renewable energy is energy collected from renewable resources which are constantly replenished and will never run out. This includes wind, solar, biomass, geothermal, hydrogen, ocean, hydropower, and others. Hydropower is an important renewable energy resource worldwide. As a renewable energy resource, it has many benefits, including low operating and maintenance costs, no pollution nor greenhouse gas emissions, high efficiency about 60 to 80%, and long life equipment. The Rinconada area is composed of 6 municipalities and 1 city. These are the municipalities of Nabua, Batu, Balatan, Buhi, Baao, Bula, and the city of Iriga. The majority in these localities are rich in natural water resources such as lakes, rivers, and falls. Possible sites for potential hydropower can be found in some of these localities. This research is an exploratory study that determined the sites in the Rinconada area for potential development and installation of hydropower plants. Measurements of initial parameters such as flow rate of water and the head that is available were conducted. Data to these measurements served as basis in determining potential sites for hydropower plants. For the research method, this study is an exploratory research which is composed of measurements of initial parameters of the water resources that served as inputs in determining the potential sites for hydropower plants. For the research setting, we have number 1, the Itbug Falls, which is located in Barangay Santa Cruz on the southeastern side of Lake Buhi. This is an almost 60 feet, almost identical waterfall cascading from atop Mount Aso. This not so known wonder of nature is tucked in the thriving vegetation of Buhi town. Together with Lake Buhi and Mount Aso, Itbug serves as one of the town's major attractions. The next is the Nalalata Falls located in Barangay Lubgan, Bula, Camarines Sur. The falls have an impressive gush of water providing a cool mist and spray to the area. The falls have an approximate height of 60 feet. Water streams down to a pool basin that is good for swimming. The next is the Tubigan Falls located in Waras River in Sitio Tubigan in Barangay Santa Maria, Iriga City. It is 15 kilometers from the city proper. And we have also the Lulugon River, which is located in Barangay Monte Calvario, Buhi, Camarines Sur. Lulugon is a local dialect in Buhi that literally means to be entered in English. For the parameters measurement, field computations, the vertical distance, head of the water, float method measurement, the discharge rate, and the power capacity, these are the different parameters used to determine the power generation or the power capacity of each of the waterfalls. For the results in discussion, for the survey results, it is found that for the Itbug Falls, the vertical distance is around 4.021 meters. For the Nalalata Falls, that is 4.039 meters. For the Tubigan Falls, that is 3.58 meters. And for the Lulugon River, that is 1.899 meters. For the head of the water, it is found that for the Itbug Falls, it has around 4.221 meters for the head. For the Nalalata Falls, that is 3.669 meters. For the Tubigan Falls, that is 2.980 meters. And for the Lulugon River, that is 1.724 meters. Using the float method measurement to compute for the average velocity, it was found that in Itbug Falls, the average velocity is around 0.565 meter per second. For the Nalalata Falls, that is 0.263 meter per second. For the Tubigan Falls, it is 2.403 meters per second. And for the Lulugon River, that is 0.643 meters per second. For the discharge rate, the computed values are as follows. For the Itbug Falls, that is around 2.09 cubic meter per second. For the Nalalata Falls, that is 2.3512 cubic meters per second. For the Tubigan Falls, that is 11.153 cubic meters per second. And for the Lulugon River, that is around 1.989 cubic meters per second. The power capacity for the different locations are as follows. The Itbug Falls has a power capacity of 73.561 kilowatts that can be categorized as a micro hydropower. For the Nalalata Falls, that is 71.932 kilowatts that can be categorized as also micro. And for the Tubigan Falls, that is 277.138 kilowatts. So that can be categorized as mini hydro. And for the Lulugon River, that is 28.593 kilowatts that can be categorized as also a micro hydropower. For the conclusion, this study investigated the potential of hydropower in selected sites in the Rinconada area. The condition of the selected sites varies in terms of the head of water discharge rates and power capacity. Tubigan Falls were revealed to generate the highest discharge rate as well as power capacity, followed by Itbug Falls and Nalalata Falls. The Lulugon River exhibited to produce the lowest power capacity. Hydropower plant developments in these areas are mini hydro for the Tubigan Falls and micro hydro for the rest. For the recommendations, utilization of the research findings pave ways on the development of plans and designs of hydropower plant in the area. The results can serve as baseline data of the requirements for hydropower in the selected sites in Rinconada for possible installation of a hydropower plant in the future. The condition of the sites can be validated further by conducting an assessment study whose data will be gathered on different weather conditions or weather seasons to determine possible variation on the results. It is suggested that a long-term assessment be conducted to determine the effects of climate variations in hydropower development. Various assessment tools and methods can be applied to evaluate especially variables head, slope, and discharge, which determines the power potential of water resources. So the following are the references used in the study. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the nice video presentation from Tirano. So we have two more presenter left. So let's go to the next one. Is also the video clip, right?
Good day, everyone. Today I'm going to present our study titled Development of Rinconada Bicol.
So I would like to invite Joseph Jesse Onate to present the paper entitled Rinconada Bicol Language Nabua Text Corpus Development and Analysis. So this is the clip video. Okay, wait a minute, please.
Good day, everyone. Today I'm going to present our study titled Development of Rinconada Bicol Language Nabua Text Corpus. I am Joseph Jesse S. Oñate, and my co-author is Ms. Stephanie Lynn Opandes from Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges. Corpus linguistics has grown faster, which addresses different varieties of linguistic issues. Any text corpus is an essential aspect of language in which study is carried out or continuous, since the corpus of that language can be used to perform functional language study. Corpus-based techniques have also been developed to analyze how terms such as commonality and systematic connection with other words are used. Many people have been rethinking also the nature of language as a result of work in corpus analysis and linguistics. Language has been influenced by expressions found in text corpora. However, many corpus linguistic studies only focus on specific languages such as English, Tagalog, and others. Until now, very little to no effort has been made in developing text and corpora for low-research languages in this direction. No significant research work on Rinconada Bicol language or RBL text corpus has been found. No research on this language's data retrieval, syntactic parsing, sentiment analysis, and machine translation has been performed. Actually, RBL is widely used by 6 municipalities and cities in the province of Camarines Sur, Philippines. RBL is divided into 2 dialects, the Sinabukid, as it refers to highland dialect, and Sirananao, which refers to lakeside dialect. These 2 dialects are composed of different variants. Sinabukid is composed of 2 variants, the Acta variant, the Iriga variant, while Sirananao is composed of 4 variants, the Vaao variant, Pili variant, Batu variant, and Tapa variant. Another problem being faced by this low-resourced local language is that the menace of being extinct with the rise of non-local language, books, movies, stories, and other multimedia being delivered through the internet. Hence, this study aims to develop an RBL Nabua corpus as an initial phase of developing natural language applications on RBL Nabua variant. The first, more specifically, our study aims to gather Rinconada Bicol language Nabua variant text data in social media platforms, books, textual and spoken languages, and other available resources. Number 2 is to apply the linguistic processes such as part of speech tagging, tokenization, and others. And lastly, we want to evaluate also and analyze the language corpus by determining the over-technical quality. This study could also help develop natural language processing applications such as sentiment analysis, text classification, language translation, and others in the future study. These applications also could help in terms of tourism and promoting local language of Rinconada, especially in Nabua, Camarines Sur, Philippines. This study will also open the possibilities of more researches focusing on local languages, and the corpus will also serve as a way of preserving the local language of Nabua, Camarines Sur, Philippines, as well as its affiliated culture. In order to achieve those objectives, we have 3 phases for our method. We have the data gathering and pre-processing, we have the linguistic process, and lastly, the evaluation and analysis. For Data gathering and processing, Rinconada Bicol language data was collected through social media platforms such as Facebook posts and groups of net venues. We have also explored elementary books and modules written in mother tongue language and other available resources. After data collection, basic cleanups and duplicate detection were conducted. This involves cleanups within the documents and the removal of documents that do not meet the specific criteria. For the linguistic process, at this stage, we conducted some tokenization and part of speech tagging. When we say tokenization, we split the raw text phrases which we call tokens into sentences. Now, these tokens can contribute to the meaning comprehension and creation of NLP model. The tokenization helps to clarify the text's context by evaluating the word series, while part of speech tagging is a mechanism for a word in a text or corpus based on both its meaning and its context to refer to a specific part of speech. NLTK, or the Natural Language Toolkit, was also used to conduct these linguistic processes. For the evaluation and analysis, after the construction of corpus, the overall technical quality of the corpus was determined and assessed, which includes first is the term frequency, which is the measurement of how frequently a term occurs within a document. It is simply being calculated as the number of times a word appears in the text corpus. We also have the frequency of part of speech tag, which indicates how often a pause tags appear in a pause tag lists. We have also conducted collocation analysis, which are the phrases or statements that comprise numerous words and are likely to occur together. This is measured using pointwise mutual information, or PMI, by getting the bigram churned out by NLP collocation library to quantify the likelihood of two words appearing together, taking into consideration the possibility that it is caused by the frequency of a single terms. And last, we also have visualization by using different graphical representations such as graph and charts. And lastly, we also applied rule-based sentiment analysis. So the corpus will also be tagged with polarity to implement in a rule-based sentiment analyzer. The sentiment analyzer will tokenize the sentiment and classify each token with polarity using the corpus. So score of the tokens will then be summed to get the total score. If the total score is greater than 0, the sentiment is positive. If the total score is less than 0, the sentiment is negative. And if the total score is zero, the sentiment will be neutral. So based on the analysis, after we have conducted the study, the research, we have gathered through social media posts from Facebook, learning modules, and others. So each Facebook post contains ranging from 50 to 500 tokens. One of the major problem in data gathering is that there is a limited number of written RBL language text available on the internet. Hence, the researchers requested from the public school teachers the copies of learning modules written in mother tongue language. So a total of 220 learning modules were acquired. So each of the learning module is consisting of 10 to 20 pages, which consists of tokens ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 tokens. So the learning modules were in PDF format and was converted in a text file using Python conversion library. The texts extracted in the text file were added also in the data. So as you can see here is the example of text that was acquired via social media posts and learning modules. So using LTK, the data was cleaned, tokenized, and words from mother tongue languages such as English, Tagalog were also removed. So after data processing, a total of 112,444 tokens were generated. So the words were visualized in a word cloud according to the frequency shown on the figure. So this token was again manually checked and cleaned by the researchers with the help of grassroots Nabuenos. So we also get the top 10 words. So here is the top 10 words with its corresponding Tagalog and English. So the top one is saka with a frequency of 2,047, which in Tagalog it means at, and in English it means end. We have also su a frequency of 1,308. In Tagalog, it means yung, and in English, it means those. So these are the top 10 words. We also have the example of post tags words. No, we have also manually assigned part of speech tag to each of the tokens. So we have here example kita nga ta nabayad, which is for nababayad, which is verb. In English, it means seen, and in Tagalog, it means nakikita. Also, we have also conducting analysis on the post tag frequency after we have manually post tags the word list. Shown on the figure is the tag list in which verb leads with 1,830 words. Next in rank is noun with 1,780 words. We have also the VBD or the verb past tense, which has 670 words. 590 words for our adjective, 273 words for verb present or VPB, verb gerund participle, which has 135 words, and etc. We also conducted a collocation analysis on the corpus. So collocation allows to extract multi-word units of corpus data that can be utilized for lexicography and, in particular, technical translation. Collocation grouped together comparable terms to distinguish the many senses of the word. So shown on the table of the collocation analysis of the RBL NAVA corpus is the bigram. So we also get its point-wise mutual information or PMI score and its Tagalog and English meaning. So the bigram with the highest PMI score is kag and igin, kag igin, which means in English parent, in Tagalog magulang, which has a PMI score of 2,829.49, following by the tamang simbag, which is the correct answer. Correct answer, or in Tagalog, tamang sagot. As you can see here in the first bigram, we can see that the first bigram is kag-igin, no, which means parent or magulang. This is incorporated with the Filipinos for having strong and close family ties. The second one is tamang simbag, or in English, it's correct answer. These are common in the learning module since majority of our data was obtained from learning modules written in RPL Nabua. However, majority of the bigrams are common words that are being used by the Nabuenos in their daily life, like ayat tabang, which means seek help, kayang-kaya, which means can, they can. In Tagalog, it means kayang-kaya. Likayan magasi, or take care not to tear apart, or ingatan na wag mapuli. Okay, so these are words that are being used in daily life. The word list was also labeled with polarity, with 1, 0, and -1, 1 as positive, 0 as neutral, and -1 as negative. So shown in the figure is the number, shown in the figure 4 is the number of the words with the polarity. So the polarity with the highest words is the positive polarity with 2,936 words, followed by the neutral with 1,947 words, and lastly, the negative with 781 words. Subsequently, a role-based sentiment analyzer was implemented or were implemented using the word list tagged with polarity. So a testing data set was created to test the performance of the sentiment analyzer. So experimental testing shows that the sentiment analyzer has a 59% accuracy. So shown on the figure 5 is the confusion matrix, showing that 4 of the neutral sentiments, 7 of the negative sentiments, and 8 of the positive sentiments were labeled correctly. So for the conclusion, so this study primarily focused on the development of a text corpus for Rinconada Bicol language Napa variant. So RBL Napa texts were collected in social media, learning modules, and other platforms. So given a relative number of small number of RBL Nabwa texts, this study managed to establish a text corpus that could be a starting point for more natural language processing studies. So a total of 112,444 words were recorded and was analyzed using term frequency. So one of the top words is saka, su, adi, and others. Furthermore, the words were also tagged with part of speech. So the highest number of words on post-tag list is the verb with 1,830 words, followed by noun with 1,778 words in others. So collocation analysis was also conducted to group together comparable terms to distinguish the many senses of the word. So collocation analysis shows that kag-igin is the bigram with the highest PMI score of 2,129.49 associated to the close family ties of the Filipinos. This study could help in the development of more natural language processing applications such as text classification, language translation, and others in the future study. This is also a way of preserving a low-resource language of Nabua Camarines Sur, Philippines. Thank you very much for listening, and God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Salazar. Thank you so much for the nice presentation. So I would like to continue to the next presenters. Joseph Jesse or not there? Oh, it's she present already, right? And the last one, Norel Peter Eolo, will present the paper entitled Dicescape of Cafe Restaurant in the 5th District of Camarines Sur, Customer Perception of Physical Environment and Customer Satisfaction. So it is the video presentation. Ready? Okay.
Hey everyone, I am Norel Peter M. Ilio. I'm here to present my research paper entitled Dicescape of Cafe Restaurants in the 5th District of Camarines Sur, Customers' Perception of Physical Environment on Customer Satisfaction. According to Ryu and Zhang, the term Dicescape is similar to the popular Servicescape in describing characteristics of the physical environment. However, Dicescape is different from Servicescape in that it focuses on the restaurant environment and it is restricted only inside dining areas. So this study aimed to know the customer perception to the physical environments in restaurants, especially in the upscale restaurant setting. Dicescape will be helpful to all the restaurateurs to better understand how customers perceive the physical environment in an upscale restaurant setting. The findings are also expected to be of significant assistance to the restaurant sectors to improve the quality of the physical environment. The study are first to describe the demographic profile of the customers of cafe restaurants in the 5th District of Camarines Sur in terms of age, reason for visiting, number of visits, and dining expenses. Second, to identify the Dicescape that affects the customer's perception in cafe restaurants in the 5th District of Camarines Sur. Third, to identify the customer satisfaction of the customers of cafe restaurants in the 5th District of Camarines Sur. Fourth, to test the significant difference on Dicescape quality and customer satisfaction when grouped according to profile. Fifth, to test the significant relationship between Dicescape and customer satisfaction. And last, to propose a Dicescape framework that influence the customer satisfaction in cafe restaurants in the 5th District of Camarines Sur. The study was conducted in the 5th District of Camarines Sur for the calendar year 2021, and this was only delimited to the cafe restaurants in the 5th District of Camarines Sur. The methodology. The study tapped the cafe restaurants in the 5th District of Camarines Sur using quota random sampling. 592 customers from each cafe restaurant were the respondents. The statistical test used for the study is non-parametric test because the nature of data is not normally distributed based on the Shapiro-Wilk test with p-value of less than 0.01. Therefore, Kruskal-Wallis test was used to calculate the differences of the variables with 3 or more categories, while Mann-Whitney-U test was used to test the differences of variables with 2 categories. For the test of relationship, Spearman-Rho was used using 0.05 alpha level. Table 1 presents the socio-demographic profile of the customers of cafe restaurants in the 5th District of Camarines Sur. In terms of age, this can be implied that Generation Z loves spending on food. This shows that most customers go to cafe restaurants for leisure purposes who likes to relax and unwind. In terms of number of visits, this signifies that respondents visited cafe one time just to experience a cafe restaurant. And lastly, in terms of dining expenses per dine-in, majority of the respondents only spent less than 1,000 pesos and below. This is because of the cheaper price of the menu cafe restaurants in Rinconada offers. It is also because most of the respondents dine in solo, in pair, and in a small group for leisure. This presents the summary of the Dinescape quality indicators of cafe restaurants in Rinconada area. This can be gleaned that all the indicators are very important and providing the highest Dinescape quality among the customers that can meet or exceed their expectations. 3 presents the customer satisfaction on cafe restaurants in Rinconada area with a composite mean of 3.63, which means very satisfied. It can be gleaned that customers are very much satisfied with the Dinescape quality of cafe restaurants in Rinconada, especially in the service staff parameter. According to Ryu 2005, facility, aesthetics, ambience, and social factors or the service staff had a significant effect on customers' pleasure and arousal, and the pleasure and arousal had a significant role in determining their behavioral intentions. According to the study of Tuver, Guzel, and Ichi 2018, the factors that created Dinescape are 4 factors, which are light and ambience, aesthetic, table layout, and service staff. However, using a structural equation modeling analysis, the study showed that only service staff and the aesthetic have influenced satisfaction and loyalty. For Table 4, significant difference exists on the respondents' level of importance on Dinescape quality in terms of facility aesthetics, ambience, lighting, and service staff when grouped according to age. The results showed that those respondents who belong in 41 to 56 years old age bracket have significantly higher response on the aforementioned variables than those who are 24 years old and below. Overall, significant difference exists on Dinescape quality when grouped according to age. For Table 5, significant difference exists on the respondents' level of importance on Dinescape quality in terms of facility aesthetics, lighting, and service staff when grouped according to reason for visit. Results show that those respondents whose reason is to attend conference have significantly higher response on the facility aesthetics, lighting, and service staff than those respondents who are doing the visit for leisure. Overall, there's a significant difference on Dinescape when grouped according to reason of visit. However, a significant difference exists on customer satisfaction where those are visiting relatives and friends have significantly higher level of customer satisfaction than those respondents with reason for attending conference and leisure. For Table 6, significant difference exists on the respondent's level of importance on Dinescape quality in terms of ambience, lighting, and service staff when grouped according to number of visits. Results showed that those respondents who have visited the place for 5 times or more have significantly higher response on ambience, lighting, and service staff than those respondents who have visited the place once. Overall, there is a significant difference exists on Dinescape quality when grouped according to number of visits. Meanwhile, a significant difference exists on customer satisfaction where those have visited the place for 5 times or more have significantly higher level of customer satisfaction than those respondents who have visited the place for once or twice. For Table 7, no significant difference exists on Dinescape quality and customer satisfaction when grouped according to dining expenses. This signifies that dining expenses is not a factor that describes the respondent's perceived level of importance on the identified Dinescape quality indicator, as well as their level of satisfaction. There is a diverse set of responses when the respondents are grouped according to dining expenses. For Table 8, moderate significant positive relationship exists between Dinescape quality and customer satisfaction as denoted by the computed p-values, which are less than 0.01. This signifies that those respondents who answered with higher level of importance on Dinescape quality are also those respondents with higher level of customer satisfaction on the cafe restaurants in the 5th district of Camarines Sur. For Table 9, Model 5 shows the best model fit from the Dinescape quality in terms of facility aesthetics, service staff, lighting, layout, and table setting as predictors of the customer satisfaction as denoted by the computed R value of 0.653, which is considered a moderate positive correlation with a computed R square value of 0.427. This means that the customer satisfaction can be explained by the 42.7% combined score of facility aesthetics, service staff, lighting, layout, and table setting. The study is in contrast with the study of Ryu 2005 and Tuver, Guzel, and Ichi 2018, since in the current study, the ambience is not included as the predictors of customer satisfaction of cafe restaurants in the 5th district of Camarines Sur. This is the model that the study came up with based on the results. So for the conclusions and recommendations, facility, aesthetics, ambience, lighting, table setting, layout, and service staffs are very important factors of Dinescape to customers of cafe restaurants in the 5th districts of Camarines Sur. Customers are very much satisfied with the Dinescape quality of cafe restaurants in the Rinconada area, especially in the service staff parameter. Significant difference exists on the respondents' level of importance on Dinescape quality in terms of facility, aesthetics, ambience, lighting, and service staff when grouped according to age. A significant difference exists on the respondents' level of importance on Dinescape quality in terms of facility aesthetics, lighting, service staff, when grouped according to reason for visit. And significant difference exists on the respondents' level of importance on Dinescape quality in terms of ambience, lighting, and service staff when grouped according to number of visits. No significant difference exists on Dinescape quality and customer satisfaction when grouped according to dining expenses. Highly significant difference exists on the respondent's customer satisfaction when grouped according to age and number of visits. Moderate significant positive relationship exists between Dinescape quality and customer satisfaction. And Model 5 shows the best model fit from the Dinescape quality in terms of facility, aesthetics, service staff, lighting, layout, and table setting as predictors of customer satisfaction. And for the recommendation, cafe restaurants in Rinconada should also market priority not just the younger generation, but also to the older generation since there are more seniors that are traveling which can contribute to the tourist arrival of Rinconada. Second one is cafe restaurants owners should focus and emphasize the dinescape quality in terms of facility, aesthetic, service staff, lighting, layout, and table settings as predictors of customer satisfaction. By giving more emphasis with these factors will attract more customers to dine in the cafe restaurants of the 5th district in Camarines Sur that will reinforce positive effect on the success of the business. The proposed Dinescape model for the cafe restaurants in the 5th District of Camarines Sur should be submitted to the intellectual property rights that can be used as a model that will help all the existing and future cafe restaurant owners to succeed in the cafe business that will serve as the guide to satisfy the customers. And for the future researchers can use the limitations of this study to widen up their coverage and create scholarly results to enhance the cafe restaurants in Rinconada. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Illo. Thank you so much. So the final presenter has finished his presentation already. So I would like to invite Dr. Solina to give a comment or say something to all participants. Oh, two more. Oh, sorry. So who was the next one? Number number 4 and number 6, right? Number 6 is Cao Huan Chi. Salasa, he present already. Oh. Okay. Number 4, right?
A pleasant afternoon to all.
Okay.
I am Bernardo C. Pangilinan from Cavite State University, Imus City Campus, Cavite, Philippines. I am honored and pleased to present to you our research paper entitled Gender and Development Awareness, Policy Implementation and Practices in Selected Local Government Units in the Province of Cavite, Philippines. So why gender and development? By simple definition provided by the Philippine Commission on Women, states that gender and development is a development perspective and process that is participatory, empowering, equitable, sustainable, free from violence, respectful of human rights, supportive of self-determination, and actualization of human potentials. The research problem includes the demographic profile of the participants in terms of age, sex, civil status, status of employment, and years of service. Also, the level of awareness among employees in selected local government units in Cavite in relation to the national mandates and related laws, government agencies tasked to integrate gender and development plans to programs and activities, and gender-related issues in the workplace. The gender and development policies being implemented in selected local government units in Cavite, the level of implementation of gender and development programs in selected local government units in Cavite, and to determine the significant difference in the level of awareness of employees in gender and development, policy implementation, and practices when grouped according to their respective local government units, specifically Bacoor City, Dasmariñas City, and Imu City. Our study has only one hypothesis, and that is there is no significant difference in the level of awareness, policy implementation, and practices of gender and development in selected local government units in Cavite. This study is intended to benefit the following. Number one, the Civil Service Commission, being the central agency of the government pertaining to human resources. Then the local government units, the academic community, government employees, and the future researchers. The conceptual framework of this study illustrates the focus areas, which are awareness, policy implementation, and practices in gender and development of the subject local government units, specifically Bacoor City, Dasmariñas City, and Imus City. And now, so let us proceed to the results and discussions. This study showed the level of participants' awareness, the policy implementation and practices in gender and development in selected local government units in Cavite. It describes the demographic profiles such as sex, age, civil status, employment status, and the years of service in the local government employment. The participants in this study were 240 employees employed by the local government of the cities of Bacoor, Dasmariñas, and Imus, Cavite. The statistical tools used to answer the research problems are Kruskal-Wallis, weighted mean, standard deviation, and verbal interpretation. As to the demographic profile, the results showed that the age of the employees in selected local government units in Cavite are mostly 41 to 45 years old. 48.33% are male, while 51.67% are female. 41.67% are single, 50% are married, and 71.67% work as full-time, 9.17% as part-time, 15.83% temporary, and lastly, 3.33% as contractual. The level of awareness in terms of gender and development. So the overall level of gender and development awareness of the participants were assessed in terms of national mandates and related laws, GAD plans, programs and activities, and prevailing gender issues. So for table number 1, this shows the grand mean score of 2.47, which means that in general, The participants are moderately aware of gender and development mandated with related laws. The highest rating was observed in terms of Act providing for the Magna Carta of women with a weighted mean of 2.58 and standard deviation of 0.772. This implies that participants are moderately aware of GAD laws, particularly on laws empowering women's rights. The lowest rating was observed on law pertaining to Act promoting the integration of women as full and equal partners of men in development and nation building and for other purposes with a weighted mean of 2.35 with standard deviation of 0.734. On government agencies integrating GAD plan to programs and activities, the result shows that participants are all moderately aware of the indicators that lie on government agencies integrating gender and development plan to program and activities. The highest mean score of 2.81 recorded on the second indicator, which shows that the participants are moderately aware of the National Economic and Development Authority, ensures that GAD issues and concerns, gender equality, and women's empowerment are mainstream. On the contrary, the lowest rating was observed in terms of their familiarity of the role of Philippine Commission on Women, formerly known as the National Commission on the Role of Filipino Women, who is in charge of developing a priority agenda for women's empowerment and gender equality with a weighted mean score of 2.66 and standard deviation of 0.691. On gender issues, the study also assessed the descriptive statistics on gender issues in terms of gender and development awareness. This table revealed that all of the participants are moderately aware of all 5 indicators in terms of gender issues. The table demonstrates that the highest score in indicators present is the unidentified gaps or differences between men and women. The weighted mean of 2.99 revealed that in general, participants are moderately aware of gender and development in terms of gender issues, which means that the participants may be not sufficiently informed about gender bias. So despite of the GAD mandates, programs, activities implemented by the government, the result still shows gender disparities or differences in men and women observed by the participants, with a weighted mean score of 3.02 and standard deviation 0.56, in which participants stated that they are moderately aware. On gender and development implementation and practices. So the result shows the descriptive statistics on gender and development in terms of policy implementation. And table 2 shows that the gender development policies are implemented in the respective organization with the highest mean score of 3.56, which indicates that the local government units implement the formulation of sexual harassment policy and designate departments to handle cases. In addition, based on the response of the participants, organizations formulate goals, visions, and objectives that support gender and development. The weighted mean of 3.50 reveals that in general, Participants' respective local government employees implements gender and development policies. This means that government agencies are complying with the formulation of policies in an organization that supports gender and development as mandated by laws. Still on gender and development practices. This table shows that
This
the
paper
first
is take
indicator
around
and third
20 minutes, so
indicator, which is an
we have
organization conducts
to stop,
basic
right?
orientation for GAD or gender sensitivity training for the employees with a score of 2.58, and an organization develop and disseminate through curricular enrichment, emphasize participation in terms of awareness and practice, rights, access to opportunities, and mutual respect. And finally, for the future researchers, this study can serve as reference material where they can draw insights and be inspired to conduct a more in-depth analysis on gender and development by considering other areas of concern which this study has not covered. And so that concludes the presentation of our research paper. And we wish to thank everyone for listening and advance Happy New Year to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you ขอบคุณครับ มีภาษาไทยด้วย Okay, he has also Thai language, so okay, we go to the final presenter, Dr. Salasa. He will present the extent of stakeholders engagement in community extension program of Cameroon Polytechnic College. So it's the video presentation. So how long is the video? So we are waiting for the video clip. So I would like to inform all participants for your next future conference. Please be reminded that if you have 10 minutes, you have to give a presentation only 10 minutes, because otherwise we will other presenter will have to wait for you. So right, this is the recommendations from me myself. Okay, thank you so much. 17. Oh wow. Okay, let's make it 10 minutes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can skip the introduction and just go to the methodology and result is better. Thank you.
To the organizers of the International Conference, CSPC cares or community assistantship through leadership capability, staff capability, and financial capability. Third, what is the extent of engagement of the following stakeholders in community extension programs of the college, viz., local and barangay officials and partner agencies. Fourth, what is the extent of engagement of the stakeholders in community extension program of the college along letter A, execution or implementation, and letter B, attainment of objectives. Fifth, what are the problems encountered by stakeholders in the implementation of community extension program? Sixth, what recommendations may be proposed to enhance or sustain the stakeholders' engagement in extension program of CSPC? As to the methodology, the researcher made use of descriptive survey method and qualitative method of research. As to the respondents of this study, we have our partner communities and the beneficiaries served as well. As to the research instrument, the researcher made use of questionnaire and interview. The researcher analyzed and interpreted the data statistically using the percentage method and weighted mean. A 4-point Likert scale was also used to give verbal interpretation to the data. We now come to the results and discussion. As to the community extension program implemented by CSPC in terms of the number of projects and activities conducted, we have the total number of projects and activities conducted in 2016, which is 60, 67, 93, 46, and 69 for 2017, 18, 19, and 2020 respectively. The table further shows the increasing trend in the total number of extension services accomplishments as noted in the tabular presentation. It could also be noted that there were only 46 in 2019, which is more than 50% decrease of that in 2018 due to COVID-19 pandemic lockdown situation. However, an increase in 2020 was achieved with a total of 69 implemented extension projects and activities. Like the findings as presented, the study of Sermon et al. In 2020 revealed that most of the extension services implemented by SUCS from 2016 to 2020 are integrated community extension programs composed of standalone extension projects and activities such as technical skills training or capability enhancement trainings. As to the community extension program implemented in terms of beneficiaries served, we have a total number of 4,039, 5,024, 5,885, 2,899, and 1,911 for 2016 until 2020 respectively. It could be gleaned from the table the great number of clienteles who were benefited in the program. This finding is similar to the study of Figueroa that implementing institutional development and capability building related activities along social services were rated as effective, particularly along health education and social need of the family beneficiaries when it was implemented. It is worthy to mention that the college has consistently been compliant on the parameters of performance-based bonus since the start of its grant in 2013 until 2020, which implies that all the major outputs were fully accomplished, one of which is extension and auxiliary services. As to the administrative capability in terms of leadership capability, the table shows the leadership capability of the CSPC extension services. Overall, leadership capability was rated as satisfactory with weighted mean of 3.48. This shows that through the leadership and supervision of the extension officials and staff, the successful delivery of extension plans through projects and activities per college are felt by the respondents. This finding supports the study of Wenmyo in 2006, which also dealt on some similar parameters, particularly on leadership capability. Moreover, according to Moore and Rood in 2005, most employers would agree that leadership skills are desirable on employees regardless of the specific job's role they must perform. As to the staff capability of the CSPC extension services, the table shows the coordinators and staff capability of the college extension services, which registered various responses. Evidently, the overall average weighted mean of this aspect registered 3.48, whose verbal interpretation is satisfactory. The data evidently show the engagement of extension officials, coordinators, and staff, which is like the findings of Chua, Karingal, De Guzman, and et al. In 2014, that Community Extension Office was created to institutionalize all the extension activities of the school, where the students, faculty members, and administrative staff could share their resources and their expertise and be part of the school's social involvement program. As to the administrative capability in terms of financial capability of the CSP's extension services, table shows the financial capability of the extension services. It shows the overall average weighted mean of 3.47 interpreted as satisfactory. This implies that the college has allotted sufficient budget in the implementation of extension services to its stakeholders. Indeed, public investment to support extension is essential, as cited by Neo Shuttle Group 2007 in their study about the common framework on financing agricultural and rural extension. The study further emphasized that extension constitutes an important element of modern development strategies that can bring about a substantial impact of government and donor engagements. The challenge, however, is to design useful and effective services, to invest public funds on the most helpful ways, and to mobilize private funds where desirable and justified. On the third problem regarding the extent of engagement of the local barangay officials in CSPC extension program, data shows the extent of the participation of the local and barangay officials, government agencies, and community people as development partners in CSPC extension services. Findings revealed that the overall extent of participation of the barangay officials on 6 barangays registered an average weighted mean of 3.52 with an interpretation of full engagement. Herrera in 2010 confirmed the importance of students together with coordinators and volunteers to realize their experiential learning that transformed them to become humane individuals and are strongly committed to be part of Humane Extension Program. As to the extent of engagement of partner agencies in CSP's extension program, findings reveal that the overall extent of engagement of the partner agencies to the 6 barangays registered an average weighted mean of 3.49 with an interpretation of high engagement. In an article of Ngaka and Suane in 2018, it stresses the role of partnerships in agricultural and extension services delivery, and it concludes both formal and non-formal partnerships that was put in place between the Provincial Department of Agricultural and other relevant stakeholders for the delivery of extension and advisory services in the sector, which is similar to the findings of the present study. As to the engagement of community people in extension services of the college, involvement of local people and their institutions is very essential for the success of any program for their development. People become interested and give better support to the program when they are involved in the consultation process. Data shows the extent of engagement of the community people as development partners in CSPC extension services. Overall weighted mean of the extent of participation of the community people as development partners in CSPC extension services registered a high rating of 3.44 with an interpretation of high engagement. The study of Charis and Wandersman in 1990, Perkins and Long in 2002 suggests that the rate of participation in the extension program is critical in bringing the benefits to the families in the community. Their attendance may be an indicator of lifelong learning and aspirations to improve their quality of life. Such may also serve as an avenue to express ideas and work collaboratively with their neighbors and sponsors. As to the extent of implementation of CSPC extension program in terms of level of attainment of objectives, the data shows that in terms of level of attainment of objectives as perceived by the respondents in the implementation of the extension program of CSPC, the average weighted mean is 3.47, aggressively interpreted as high engagement. According to Andal in 2017, successful implementation of extension programs and projects cannot be done not only by a single person. It is a byproduct of collaborative effort and cooperation of all involved. Hence, the purpose of the extension program is to make the presence of the institution felt in the community. This can be made possible by those individuals who commit themselves and develop proper work attitude in any extension undertaking. On the problems encountered by the stakeholders in the implementation of community extension program of the college, the researcher considered the parameters based on the different variables which obtain the least mean as the weaknesses and or problems encountered in the implementation of the extension program as shown in the previous table. These findings were validated through the initiated focus group discussion for the purpose. The data show an average weighted mean of 3.42 and interpreted as frequently encountered. The present study has similarities in some aspects to the study of Emba and Onwubuya in 2013, which revealed that poor management of rewards and incentives, quality of work life, poor assessment system, limited quality of human resource, inadequate extension support training materials, inconsistencies of government programs, inadequate staff training, and poor extension program evaluation were viewed as major constraints. We now come to the conclusions and recommendations. In view of the findings in this study, the following conclusions were derived. the extension services along skills trainings, health education services, computer literacy, advocacy, and livelihood programs were increasingly implemented from 2016 to 2020. The level of administrative capability of internal stakeholders along leadership, staff, and financial capability are perceived by the respondents as satisfactory. Second, that the extent of engagement of the external stakeholders in community extension programs of the college along execution, implementation, and attainment of objectives are high. Third, that problems encountered by stakeholders in community extension program in terms of attendance of beneficiaries and other factors are moderately encountered and are considered manageable. Based on the findings and conclusions, the following recommendations are hereby offered. First, the college may continuously engage the current projects and activities, but however, a research-based extension program which are relevant to their curricular offerings and responsive to the needs of the partner communities should be given more priority attention by faculty and student extensionists. Second, each college as delivery unit of extension program, projects, and activities should further strengthen its community relations to get the beneficiaries, partner agencies, local and barangay officials, and community people to fully engage in the varied deliverables of the institution's extension program. The school must provide more attractive incentives, monetary and non-monetary, to faculty and student extensionists involved in the extension services to encourage and engage more internal stakeholders to participate in extension projects and activities. Third, a regular conduct of dialogue be sustained by the Extension Services Office with the external stakeholders regarding the progress status of these varied projects and activities. The process will immediately address problems which are encountered along the implementation of such extension endeavors. Furthermore, there is a need to enhance the modality in the delivery of extension projects and activities, particularly during unforeseen situations such as COVID-19 pandemic and other related calamities. Fourth, a study on the benefits gained by the different groups of beneficiaries per type of extension program may be considered as a research area. Further study may be made on the impact of extension projects and activities implemented by different colleges in each of their curricular program offerings as part of the requirements in program accreditation. Thank you very much. Just marvelous po. God bless us all. To God be the glory.
Thank you, Dr. Salasas, for your presentation. So, presenter, participant have finished the presentation already. So before we go to the presentation of the award, I would like to invite Dr. Solina to give a final statement and comments. Please, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Finally, we're done. We have, oh, sorry. So finally, we're done. This is supposed to be 2 days, as we all understand. However, some of our colleagues were not able to make it because of their reasons of health and personal reasons as well. So our colleagues from other countries were supposed to fly in this beautiful country, Thailand. So they were not able to join us. However, all of us who were physically here are very blessed that we were able to learn more and learn a lot from each other. And those who are on virtual mode, we are so thankful as well that you hold on and joined us up to this very minute. So congratulations for the group, for the technical session 1, for those who presented. 10 of you, or minus 1 who were not able to provide the material. However, we're thankful that for the 10 papers, right? So according to our organizer, we're supposed to have 30 plus paper presentations, but no, we're glad we're able to make it for 21 papers. So congratulations to all of you. So it's a difficult task for me, really. If it's possible to give everyone the best paper, the best presenter award, I will do that. However, we're just have follow the parameters. So I will not announce first, but I will just tell you the three major components of the criteria, right? So it's more of the technicality, the technical component of each of the paper presented. The second criterion is that of the presentation. So I do not need to elaborate on that, no? Whether you are on a virtual presentation or you are here physically presented your paper, that's also counted, and the literatures that you presented supporting all the data and the results and the entire paper now as you presented. So those three are the criteria in selecting the best paper and the best presenter. So from 20 plus paper presentation, we have at least a little more than half got the somehow a reward, yeah, and a recognition of their paper presentation. So maybe our moderator will do the honor of presenting the those who were given, yeah, were given their recognition. So you need your eyeglasses so that you will not you'll make mistake. All right, for a while, we'll just clarify some things. All right. Both from technical session 1, we have to give recognition for those who presented, and then from technical session 2, we have as well. We have to recognize those who also presented their paper. So he knows very well the paper and the presenters because he moderated the entire process, no, from beginning to end. So I will just give this microphone for him to announce. All right. So there you go.
Wow, very exciting. As she said that for me, I would like to give a best presentation for all of you too. So, but we have only limited award. So for the technical session 1, I would like to announce the best paper. Wow, it's difficult for Professor Selena to select. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 best paper for the technical session 1. The first one goes to Sipnarong Kanchanawong Paisan from Thailand. So
ceremonial presentation of certificate.
I think it's run out of battery. I give my award to you, Professor. There's paper. Okay, we use this one. I give this award to you, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. So we use this one again, right? Okay, thank you. Right, thank you. Okay, and the second best paper is go to Batasa from the Philippines. So she is online, right? So we will send the certification with or email. Through email, yeah. And the third best paper goes to Ryan from the Philippines. With Ryan. Okay, congratulations. Can I borrow your questions? No, this is mine. Just kidding, just kidding. Repeat. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. And we also have the third best paper. So to John Paul back the yeah, because they got the oh yeah. Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin, yeah. It's the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin. Yeah, cryptocurrency. Bitcoin. And the best presentation for technical session 1 goes to Rose. Ulep, which is online, right? Okay, congratulations, Ulep. You got the presentation. Okay. Next, I would like to invite sorry, not invite, to announce the best paper award for the technical session 2. So the first best paper goes to it's from China. Yeah. Oh, I think he can speak. Right? Yeah. Okay. Now, Kartik from China. Online. It's online. Congratulations. Yeah. Can we show our third on participant? Yeah. Yeah. Also, the second best paper goes to Joseph Onate from the Philippines. He also online, right? Okay.
Content in the presentation.
So only 2, right? Only 2. Next, I'm going to announce the best presenter best presentation award. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Oh. The first best presentation award goes to, I think it's here. Yeah. It's conference group. Professor Sixto Russ. Congratulations. Wow. Yeah. Okay, one more. Yeah. Congratulations. And the second best presentation goes to wow. I cannot read your handwriting. It's a doctor. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Title. Give the title. Can you be now ready? So wait. A minute. Okay, go to Harold Terrano. Harold Terrano, the information is online. Okay. And the third best presentation goes to Basuki. One narrow, right? Basuki is also online. Yeah, you also like calculation, circuit. And the last one to get the best presentation, of course, is go to Salasa. Yeah, Salasa. Congratulations, Salasa. No, you will get the certificate through your email. The start of the conference will send you very soon. Yeah. Okay.
Come again, sir? Come again? Hello?
Yes, Salasa.
Dr. Salazar, is it?
Yeah, here. Yes.
I am connected online only, sir.
Congratulations, we will send the certificate to you through your email. Thank you so much.
What's the, sir? Come again po? The internet is unstable.
The other one, there's the microphone there. Maybe you'll function.
We cannot clearly hear.
Oh, sorry, because
Yeah, thank you.
the microphone is run out of battery.
Yes.
So, Salasa, you got the Best Presentation Award. So, congratulations. And we will send you the certificate through your email. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of our conference. On behalf of the Core Research Foundation, the Association of Researchers of Thailand, International Organization of Educators and Researchers Incorporation, the Philippines, we would like to say thank you for your active participation and have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before we leave this conference room, we have a certification for the people who are in this room, this venue. So let's start with Ban for all, right? This is a certificate for the author of financial literacy and financial well-being something. So may I invite our Thai friends to present this certification, please? Is you all right? Okay. Oh.
Everyone. Here what's reference, right? Yeah. Stand one.
No, it's fine.
Just wait.
Yeah. It's for her. Yeah.
Actually, the papers are.
Yeah, for her. And then next, Mr. Sipnarong from Rajabhasan Sonantha University.
The best paper.
Finish. Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take photo. This is for iPhone.
LPU. Yeah, all right. LPU.
Some of those are from our participants online. For the two of you, come here. Hold your certificate. Okay, sure. Okay, hold your certificate. All right. Congratulations, everyone. Another? For me. All right, that is the. Right. I am so honored to present this certificate. Picture. Hang on. What's that? We all put that up. All right, so we have some words on our. Oh, wow. Yes. Certificate and plaque. All right. So much. There, congratulations. Yeah. Oh my Lord.
Okay, ready? Ready? You want to see the pictures before with the background on the again? Huh? The picture with the background, you want to do it again? No, the one with that on the face.
No more.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Congratulations. With my book.
Yes.
All right, with our books are Rasta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, just go.
Should I, Oh, no, I just stopped. I just stopped.
Maybe we can tell that.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, the market.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Tomorrow, tomorrow. Previously, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Good time. That's fine. Getting out. I mean, it's probably cool. I mean, that's probably. She has fun. Yeah. We are friends already. Yeah. That's right. Correct. So you go.
Oh, yeah, it's so fun because the confirmation of the flash was up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the photo is much better. Like, what everything was good. This will be my next time. Like, it's meta. This is much better. Yeah. Yeah.